Welcome to welcome to day 5. So this is the last day for the 5-day challenge. All right. So what we're going to cover today is that I want to talk about the Elite Bundle resurrections. Next, I want to talk about an updated FAQ. I actually rewrote everything, and I like to have a frequently asked questions section. Then we're going to talk about the economy and how can you afford it, because that's a huge objection. Because to a lot of you, it's a lot of money, but you can always use a financing plan. So let us begin. Okay. If I mess up the takes, I'll just do another one and I'll just select the best all of them. All right. We're ready to go. So actually, I should probably post a link to this one over here. Let's see, we're live right now. But yeah, that's what we're going to cover. And I'm going to recut this into a new sales letter. It's nice to have an FAQ section too. I've always wanted a very good FAQ that covers a lot of questions. There was a lot of questions recently. Way too many questions, believe it or not. It's like people don't have clarity. All right. So here we go. All right. Okay, I see this is not going to cooperate. Just going to double click the video and then I'm going to move it over to the other sections. As long as more people joins. Maybe in the future I should make it at this time, right? Because I think more people are around 2 or something. Excellent. Hey Marco, what's up? So I'm going to talk about Elite Bundle Resurrections and how to upgrade to it. Join the challenge. This is the last day. All right. I'm going to try my very best, okay? I'm just going to read off the sales letter. If I mess up, then I mess up. So thank you for being here. Hey, there's more people here. Maybe from now on, if I ever have another challenge, although it probably will not be 5 days, right? It's too long. Maybe just make it like 2 or 3 days or something like that, right? Just a really short. But this is hopefully not the last 5-day challenge, but it's exhausting. But let's start reading it, okay? So, ready? If I fuck up, I'll do another take, okay? But let's talk about Elite Bundle Resurrections. Okay? Ready? Get set. Go. Attention, logical and gritty engineers who want to dominate day game and get laid consistently with high value white women. So, how to get laid consistently with high quality white women through day game in 2025? And I have the option. Okay, I fucked that one up. Let me try again. And have the option to build a rotation of fuck buddies or choose a potential girlfriend or wife. So you can avoid wasting money on outdated boot camps if you're struggling with constant rejections or falling behind in today's tougher dating market. Okay, my voice is cracked a little bit. Or falling behind in today's tougher dating market. From Okay, I don't have to say from the death of Johnny Elite, right? So how to succeed in day game and get laid consistently with high value white women using proven strategies that works in real life. Okay, I fucked that one up. Okay, today I'm not that sharp today. What the fuck? All right. How to succeed in day game and get laid consistently with high value white women using proven strategies that work in real world sober environments. Does this sound like you? A London Indian engineer. He got laid in the last 5-day challenge with a white girl who is now his girlfriend. So are you missing out? And here's a picture of him. So you're a logical and gritty engineer who is frustrated with your struggles with social skills, tonality in day game. You dream of becoming a confident and socially calibrated man who succeeds in day game and attracts high value white women and build meaningful relationships, whether for casual dating or a committed girlfriend or even marriage. You're you okay, I fucked that one up. We're gonna try our very best. Hey, what's up? So you tried direct the voice is sounding weird. You can see, like, when I'm trying to make a sales letter, sometimes things will fuck up, right? It happens. Give it a thumbs up for the effort. You tried direct game, romantic flirts, or clout-based tactics, standing next to women and relying on nightclub optics, and they all fail to deliver consistent results. You've tried wasting money on overpriced boot camps that end in a weekend with no long term guidance or results. If that sounds like you, okay, I fucked that one up again. All right, I'll try again. Okay. If that sounds familiar, you are not alone. Maybe I made the text too big, right? I'll make it a little bit smaller. Okay. All right. All right. Now it's easier to read, right? Because I have to keep scrolling up so I can't move my hands. You tried direct game, romantic flirts, or clout-based tactics, standing next to women and relying on okay, I fucked that one up again. I'm imperfect, but I'm gonna try. You tried different game. Okay, okay, again. You tried direct game, romantic flirts, or clout-based tactics, standing next to women or relying on nightclub optics, and they all fail to deliver consistent results. You tried Okay, you are tired of wasting money on overpriced boot camps that ends after the weekend with no long-term guidance or results. Let's see, hopefully I'm not okay, lips look okay. If that sounds familiar, you're not alone. I've been there myself and I know the frustrations of trying to figure it out. You ask yourself, how do I succeed in day game and get laid consistently with high value white women of every ethnicity too? Using strategies that actually work. Here's the proof of my student success. Real results from real day game. Unlike other approaches that rely on Tinder or night game, my students achieve success through day game with high quality women. These are just a few examples of what's possible when you follow a structured, proven system backed by 661 laid and pulled testimonials. When you look at this screenshot over here, so here's the harsh truth about day game. In 2025, I'm the one on the top. The subscriber count versus the students getting laid for day game. I have the highest and most. Okay, I'm trying to show a chart over here, right? Okay. Here's the harsh truth about day game. In 2025, I'm the only one. Okay, again, I'm the one on top in this chart. The subscriber count versus the students getting laid for day game, I have the highest ratio. Most other dating coaches don't even have 1% success rate for their students. As you can see over here, I have 659 laid and poll testimonials, but now it's 661 at the time of recording this. Other people, like tall self-proclaimed high lay count guy, they really have around like 12 testimonials, but now it's probably closer to 14, maybe 15 in total for day game. But back then it was 0.0048000% success rate. It might be higher if it's like 15. So at that time, I had 54.91 times more. Justin Wayne has 1,114 thousand subscribers, 114,000 subscribers, and he has 10 lay testimonials. And his success rate is versus the subscriber count is 0.0087719. I have 65.9 times more laid in poll testimonials. ABCs of low self-esteem Asian company, they have in total 8 of them. During this inflation till now, they only have 1 in a Latin country. And you can see they have 0.016% success rate. I have 82.38 times more than them. And you can go down the list. So most dating coaches most dating coaches relies on outdated tactics like direct game, compliments that filter unattractive women but fail to build attraction. Students don't get laid during the boot camp or the training period during the inflation and tariffs, playing a huge numbers game for months, if not years. Romantic flirts, manipulative, alcohol fueled escalation tactics that don't work in sober, real world environments. Most people doesn't fit into that boyfriend and girlfriend frame to use romantic flirts. And clout game, standing next to women, pretending to have value, which only works if you're a club promoter. It won't work for engineers who gets in trouble doing that. These methods might feel like they're the easy way out, but in today's tougher economic times, they simply don't work. All right, now I'm a little bit less retarded, right? I can actually say it. I can read finally. So the solution is the elite bundle resurrections. Maneuver her on an insta date, sexualize it to the maximum, and deal with the sexual objections only. Backfilled with flirts. When she talks more, tease when she is off the line. Use the hybrid opener, not direct compliments. Dress in the husband material. Whitewashed frame, backed by 661 laid in poll testimonials. So I'm going to show a picture over there. I've created the Elite Bundle Resurrections coaching program to help logical, gritty engineers like you get laid consistently with high value white women through Daygame to build a rotation of fuck buddies or find a girlfriend or a wife that you can procreate with without relying on gimmicks, setups, or outdated methods. The comprehensive program includes 3 merged courses now, 1 year of WhatsApp consulting and Skype coaching, all designed to give you the tools, the strategies, and the support you need to dominate Daygame. This student followed the new elite tonality mastery drills and achieved incredible results. Back then, he got 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and he's married one of them. For the actresses, he is now a father. He has a daughter and is proving the power of mastering tonality and social calibrations together. So here's a picture of some of the white women he had sex with. 5 of them. He never had sex with a white girl before. And the dream of most Asian guys. Okay. And it's the dream of most Asian guys. He's living the dream. Also, he got married and he's a father. To think that he was a RSD victim or a real social dynamics victim before getting stuck. Here's exactly what you get inside the Elite Bundle Resurrections. Formerly known as Elite Bundle 2. This is the upgraded course, even if the other one works just fine. But having a tonality course in the bundle, I don't have to do as much work. Okay, I just burped. Let me try again. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm going to try my very best and push it. Give it a thumbs up for the effort. All right. Formerly known as Elite Bundle 2. This is an upgraded course, even if the other one works. By having a tonality course in the bundle, I don't have to do as much work for elite access, reteaching you, and you can duplicate the results a lot faster by installing the 30-day challenge of Elite 30 on top of the 21-day challenge of Elite Tonality Mastery. So here's Elite 30 from hard case to hero. It's a $250 value. You'll dramatically reduce rejections, attract women effortlessly, and get laid faster in Daygame. It's a 6 module course. It's 5.5 hours on Google Drive, plus YouTube private videos. You'll fix your body language to project confidence, high status, and sexual appeal in every interaction. 1 second. You avoid flaky women and you start having more sex with attractive women you actually want. Oh, awesome. One of the roommates is playing loud music. I'm trying to make his sales lighter. Okay, good. So yeah, one of my roommates just arrived. All right, let's continue. So you avoid flaky women and start having more sex with attractive women you actually want, including a 30-day challenge. Fuck, that's not doesn't sound good. I had a cough earlier. Let me try again. This is hard, man. Seriously. I can't do it in one take. So you avoid flaky women and you'll start having more sex with attractive women you actually want, including a 30-day challenge to build new habits like a real natural in just 10 minutes a day. So you can get real numbers that lead to dates and pull women home, or you can same day lay them. You avoid dead end interactions and finally enjoy the sex life that you always wanted. Whether you're looking for a casual hookup, a rotation, or the perfect girlfriend or wife. Master the social skills. Okay, let me try. Master the social skills and social calibrations, fundamentals, so you can get laid or build a rotation. The Elite Playbook, a $500 value. Here's a picture of it and see how many modules there are. This is hosted on the Google Drive. Stop losing women during interactions, avoid last minute resistance, and finally start having consistent success in day game. Whether it's a casual sex, whether it's casual sex, a rotation, or finding a girlfriend, master advanced game techniques, escalation tactics, and objections handling in a 42 module course. That's right, it's 15 hours on Google Drive, which means you can escalate smoothly, overcome objections, and pull women home for same day lays. So you can pull attractive women home more often and finally get that sex life you always wanted. Build on top of the foundation of Elite 30 to confidently pull women home to have sex with them and refine your approach. Learn from a step by step system designed to help you escalate smoothly. You'll overcome external challenges and start having sex with attractive women, no matter what the circumstances are, including, okay, fuck that one up. Next one. It includes a commentary before every video on how the techniques have evolved over time, which means giving you a mental filter to adapt to any situation, including the inflation, the tariffs, or any future scenario. And here's the new Elite Tonality Mastery, a $500 value. This course is all brand new, but my students with 20 lays, or 8 lays, or 15 lays who got married and procreated, they all secretly were doing these exercises on Elite Access in 2024. There are more videos than these, but there's averagely 2.5 hours each video or 3 hours if they're unedited. I'm cutting them down by removing the name of the students in the inner circle. So you will get the early access version right now, but it's already workable. Somebody got laid from it already from the first 5-day challenge. So here are the pictures, which means you can project high status confidence. Okay, I fucked that one up. Let me try again. Okay, which means you can project high status confident tonality that reduces rejections and mask the problem of your cortisol. during these tariffs and tougher economic situations. So you can pull women home to get laid even when the world feels economically uncertain. It's a 12-hour course or more when I finish editing everything in a 21-day challenge. It's only 10 minutes a day of practice. It helps you avoid sounding stressed or beta so you can bypass women's defenses and attract them effortlessly. And you might think, well, it's not finished, so you wait until it's finished. Listen, all my courses that I've ever made were early access for around the 5 years or 6 years. It keeps getting updated until it's perfect. So, which means you'll start pulling them home to have sex with white women by captivating them with your calm, confident, whitewash tonality. So, stop turning women off with the cortisol field rush speech so you can slow down, project high status, whitewash tonality, and bypass women's defenses to pull them home effortlessly. You can follow a proven day game system with 661 laid and pulled testimonials. Get laid again in 2025, even when other day game coaches can't get their students laid this year or last year, which means you can get laid with white women no matter the challenges. Elite access is a $400 value. That's right. You avoid wasting months on trial and error. Master day game skills quicker and start having sex with attractive women consistently. 1 year of daily WhatsApp consultation. You can use it for 10 minutes a day for personal guidance, drill corrections, and real time feedback. So you can fix the mistakes on the spot and, yeah, and refine your approach and get laid faster. You will get laid faster because, okay, again, see, it's pretty hard to do this all in one take. I'm really, really trying, guys. You will get laid faster than doing it yourself. Use my mental filter to identify sticking points, which means you'll stop repeating the same mistakes. Avoid wasting time with your mental filter. You can always go back to elite access later on if you get this during the launch window and you're a busy engineer. You can always start elite access later. Actually, no, we should cut this part, right? That was the first 5-day challenge. Skype coaching, $3,000 value. You stop second guessing yourself and avoiding wasting time on trial and error. You get 10 1 hour online coaching sessions for in depth personalized feedback. So you can confidently approach women, escalate smoothly, and build the sex life you truly want. Even though it is May the 5th today, when I'm making this, Skype has just been gone, but it doesn't matter. I can still add you on Microsoft Teams. I can still write down how many Skypes you have left, and we can do this on the WhatsApp video. No problem. Or use Zoom. But it's more efficient than just days of asking on Elite Access to get your questions answered. It will refine your body language, your tonality, and day game structure while addressing your unique challenges in real time so you can get more solutions faster than Elite Access. That is only 10 minutes a day, but you can ask nonstop questions for 1 hour instead. Some people can't take action unless they get clarity first. So this speeds up your adaptation to get laid faster. You gain clarity, you level up faster with a direct Skype guidance. This student achieved over 20 day game lays in this screenshot. He practiced the tonality drills last year and this year. He's now with his attractive Ukrainian girlfriend, traveling together, and he's out of the game because after 20 lays, he found the love of his life. So this Jewish white student has 20 lays for day game in 2024 and 2025. Sometimes he got 5 lays in 5 days. Other times he had 2 lays in 1 day. I posted a few of them here. Here it is. So the total value is $4,650. But today you're getting all of this for $1,000 until the end of August, minus the courses that you bought before to upgrade if you want for a discount. So if you already had Elite 30 or Elite Bundle 1 or Elite Access, You can just pay the difference. Of course, if you have Elite Bundle 2, right, it still costs another $200. Otherwise, I can't even make a profit. All right, hold on a second. All right, ready, get set, go. $1,200 after August, and is going to go up until the end of September because it's going to be $1,400 after November, and that's going to be the final price increase forever. And here are some pictures of me. For the first 10 people who signs up, they'll get the John Elite Day Game Motivations soundtrack. The same music that you're hearing from the 5-day challenge if you train with me. After 10 people joins, I won't offer it anymore. There's still a few left. I'm not going to give it to all the people that are part of the inner circle. I mean, I'm going to give it to them, but I'm not going to. I'm still going to. Sorry. The fuck, man. All right. So basically, for the 10 people that joins for the soundtrack, I'm not going to count those that are part of the inner circle that joined. That wouldn't be fair. Only new people will get the soundtrack because so many people from the inner circle upgrade to Elite Tonality Mastery. And there's a financing plan is available for a limited time. You can break the payments down to 2 or 3 pieces so it's affordable. I will enable bits and pieces of the course until the payment is done in full. So you can go at your own pace. Start today. So over here in this picture, this Canadian Vancouver student who invested in himself instead of making excuses of the weak CAD or Canadian dollar, he got over 20 lays with different ethnicities of women. He bought all my courses separately and he went through Elite 30, Elite Playbook. What the hell is wrong? Okay, let's try again. This Canadian Vancouver student who invested in himself, instead of making excuses of the weak CAD or Canadian dollar, he got over 20 lays with different ethnicities. He bought all my courses and went through Elite 30, Elite Playbook, Elite Access, Skypes, and he has over 20 lays in the model girlfriend. He was the one who dumped her, actually, because she parties too much. See the pictures over here. So why this program works? There is a proven track record for those with a green check mark in this screenshot over here. They all got laid with the Elite Bundle 2. This is like the older version of the course. But the other ones that did not have a green check mark, they either got Elite Access separately or they took a boot camp with me. But you can see most of them got laid with the Elite Bundle 2, now known as Elite Bundle Resurrections. It's a very proven course. Fuck. Circulation's fucked. All right. Unlike outdated boot camps or scammy platformed scammers selling illusions and optics, Elite Bundle Resurrections focus on proven strategies like if you have a busy job, you can still level up and approach less to get laid more. Mastering body language, tonality, and social skills by rehearsing in the mirror for 10 minutes a day, which means you can save time and avoid mass approaching. You don't have to deal with flaky phone numbers. Now you can get laid with the same day using. Okay, the fuck did I just write? Okay. You don't have to deal with flaky phone numbers. And now you can get laid the same day using the aeroscience method to refine your approach and handle objections so you can maneuver, sexualize to the maximum and deal only with the sexual objections. It's not like seeding the pole and dealing with the logistic, like, okay, it's not just like seeding the pole and dealing with stupid logistical objections, which is more suitable for night game. You can ethically deal with sexual objections without alcohol and escalate hard. I don't recommend you guys do that. She will escalate you instead to have sex because that's more ethical. And you're building consistent results through real world, sober day game tactics, not have to use last minute resistant, creepy POA tactics with excessive alcohol and extreme bedroom escalation. Sorry. Okay. with 661 laid in poll testimonials right now, could be more in the future. This proven program delivers real measurable results in as little as a week, which happened with the London student. It took him less than 2 weeks to get laid, a month, or a few months, depending on your case. And he just joined recently. Okay. See, hopefully my lips are not chapped. This Italian student achieved 8 lays, most with women that are 9 out of 10 in looks. You can see the proof here. Results other dating coaches can't show for their students. This 5'8" Italian student got 8 lays, and he's learning from Elite Bundle Resurrections, formerly known as Elite Bundle 2, and he learned the secrets of the Elite Tonality Mastery lessons, formerly UMP or UFO victim. Second. Okay. I'll say that again. He was a former UMP or UFO victim. He used to get women that are 4 out of 10 and really looking. Okay. He was a former UMP or UFO victim. He used to get women that are 4 out of 10, and he rarely got them because he had to wait 4 months before his next lay, going direct, sexualizing it, and getting auto rejected. It was ineffective nonsense that filters out unattractive women by sexualizing it. Don't fall for the gimmicks. Learn how to flirt instead with the right tonality. Here's the pictures of his lays, as you can see, really well censored for YouTube. Adaptations for 2025. Ethnicity specific training. This German student got a girlfriend with my coaching before. He got 3 lays. He got a 21-year-old, 25, and 21-year-old woman in one approach. Then he went on to another white dating coach for training. He got 0 lays for Daygame. He wasted 2 years of his time and he paid a lot more than my coaching. So that's the thing. He came back. In the first week, he got a hand job. Then the next week afterwards, he had sex with a 10 out of 10 Megan Fox looking German blonde. She is so pretty. This is her picture. I censor her face here, but she really is 10 out of 10. This was 25 years old. That was her old picture. He has all the courses. He's taken different things like Kaizen, but also he got elite access when he got that 10 out of 10, which is part of the Elite Bundle Resurrections. So he has proved that drills is more powerful than boot camps. Long-term consistency beats short-term intensity. That's his picture. This year, every ethnicity will be trained differently. Although Latinos are struggling this year, you can't lose if you give up. Okay, you can't lose if you don't give up and keep focusing on my training. Former students, some of the Latinos will end up married and being a father is not uncommon. This Latino student over here has 2 girlfriends at the same time before, or a fuck buddy, and a Ukrainian fuck buddy. One Latina, one Ukrainian. Okay, I'll say that again. Okay, this Latino student here has 2 girlfriends before at the same time. Then the next year, he got a fuck buddy that's Latina and a Ukrainian fuck buddy. Or he has 2 lays the next year after that, which is last year. He isn't the most focused. He can rarely do the drills since he's a bit lazy. But when you force him to do it, it raises his points. He gets laid every year. So if he can do it, so can you. Here are his okay, here are his pictures. Okay. Lots of Latinos are still struggling. Sometimes the procrastination is strong. Also, the one-track mind. However, he still got laid, married, and procreated. And he got another lay in 2024. So if you don't quit, you almost always win with my system. It's a winning formula. It's not if you get laid, but when you get laid. So don't quit. Over here, as you can see, this guy was so tough to teach. He had a meltdown when I was training him, it turns out he got 8 fuck buddies with Latinas who looks exactly identical to a tall, self-proclaimed white coach significant other. He also has a 19-year-old fuck buddy who's actually the mother of his child. Another student who procreated with my coaching, he came back years afterwards to update me. Okay. No, I mean, okay, this student, he came back years afterwards to update me. So Latinos, even if they're slower this year, they're root rotting or turning into zombies. No offense, but somebody got to speak the truth. They always get results if they don't quit, even if it's slowly, but they get extreme results. So don't hesitate to train with me. Okay, I want to say there's a no refund policy for this is only for okay. There is a no refund policy. This is only for committed coachable students only. There was a committed London student who went through Elite 30, Elite Playbook, Elite Access, and his Skype coaching, even the inner circle. His tonality wasn't good. I couldn't understand his infields, but when he fixed it, along with social skills, he was unstoppable. He got 10 fuck buddies, a fivesome, 2 models, and 1 model girlfriend. He banged all different ethnicities, as you can see in this heavily censored screenshot, which is fine for YouTube. It doesn't break any of the rules. But some individuals, they struggle with emotional issues like high cortisol levels and the inability to break free from the winner or loser effect. This often leads to fixation on optics and worshiping white dating coaches, assuming their method works for day game based on their appearance or being white alone, which doesn't or rarely works. Okay, which it doesn't because okay, what the fuck did I write? And it doesn't work or it rarely works, even if they're super popular. This mindset results in procrastination, blame shifting, and it chasing illusions, making real progress impossible. I'm the best day game coach in the entire world with 661 late and post testimonials to back it up. I have more late testimonials for pickup than they even have for day game or night game or any pickup kind of game for any coach. My methods work, period. But this program isn't for everybody, and that's by design. There's a no refund policy, and here's why. Success requires personal responsibility. So if you're not ready to take ownership of your results, this program isn't for you. I've worked with all types of students. I've worked with easy cases and normal cases, which is likely not you this year in 2025. They get laid in a few days to a week or a few weeks. Well, one London student did because during the 5-day challenge, because he has a photographic memory, he knew exactly what to adapt. Less people these days are going to do that due to the economy. They don't have a working memory because the cortisol destroyed their memory. But regardless, there's less easy cases and normal cases. Hard cases, they progress slowly, but they follow instructions. They put in the work and succeed, but they're always stuck in their own head, thinking nonstop and always asking questions instead of doing. So, what's the difference between a hard case and an impossible case? They struggle emotionally, but trust the process and achieve results. So, they're a little bit slower because they're more frustrated and more triggered. And they're still hard cases, they're still in their head. So, it just extends the time. Well, let me talk about unteachable cases, right? Or zombies. These are the ones I won't work with. If you procrastinate, you reject feedback, you blame others for your failures, or refuse to adapt, and you try to do it your way, this program isn't for you. This program is for winners, men who are ready to commit and take action and transform their lives in my John Elite army. So if you're stuck in the loser effect, making excuses, getting triggered due to a lack of emotional intelligence and spiraling into failure, this is not for you. But if you're coachable and ready to follow my proven system and willing to do the work, Elite Bundle Resurrections will deliver results if you put the work in and you adapt and you're coachable and you're changeable. Sign up now and get laid in 2025. Sign up here and get instant access to the Elite Bundle Resurrections. So here's a picture of it. So the first 10 people that signs up that are not part of my inner circle, they'll get the John Elite exclusive soundtrack. The same music that you're hearing from these 5-day challenges I posted. So if you train with me, so after 10 of these given away, I won't offer it anymore. There's only a few left because we're excluding all the inner circle members now. There's so many people that already bought Elite Bundle Resurrections. So people are begging for me to sell it separately, but I won't. This is an exclusive offer. So if you want a financing plan, please write it in the message area of the contact me form. So right now it's going to be $1,000 until the end of May. No, I mean, it's going to be $1,000 until the end of July. It's going to be $1,000 until the end of July. And then if you already have Elite 30 or Elite Bundle 1 or Elite Access, you can just pay the difference, not the full price. If you can show me your previous invoices. Also, if you have Elite Bundle 2, you still have to pay $200. So that way, at least I still make a profit because the course is $500 value because it's huge. And $1,200 at the start of August. That's the real launch price. This is all pre-launch. So, okay, it's $1,400 at the start of November. The last price increase, and this is going to be the final price going into 2026, 2027, and so forth. If you want a financing plan, I understand. Times are tough, which is why I'm offering a flexible payment plan for Elite Bundle Resurrections. You can start today for just $333 a month. If it's $1,000 for 3 months, making it easier to invest in yourself without paying everything up front. That's not a lot of money if you know how to budget. And with this plan, the program unlocks step by step, ensuring you stay focused and on track. If you prefer, you could pay in full for that $1,000 and gain instant access to everything right away. This is your chance to transform your day game results, so don't wait. It's only $333 times 3 for 3 months. So pay only $333 today and you can get started to approach right now. Only pay $333 for the first month. I'll unlock piece by piece for Elite Bundle Resurrections pieces at a time. Pay $333 the next month, and I'll unlock things like Elite Playbook. Well, the first month I unlocked the Elite 30. Then the last $333, I unlocked the rest of Elite Access and the Skypes and Elite Tonality Mastery. Sounds fair? Exactly. However, I'm going to cut this part out. Note to self, cut this out afterwards in the editor. Because also for the May 5-day challenge or the May Day 5-day challenge thing. Okay, also for the May 5-day challenge, you can also for the May 5-day challenge, you can get Elite Bundle Resurrections for only $935. This is a one-time offer during the 5-day challenge. It won't ever go this low again. I know I said that last time when it was $900, but like I said, you snooze, you lose. Every single time that you do not get Elite Bundle Resurrections, the price goes up. And here's one Indian student from London, and he got laid from the last challenge over here with a white girl. And he has a white girlfriend. So most people that upgrade to Elite Tonality Mastery from the previous bundles. I have no idea what I just said there. So, oh yeah. Most people actually, they did not just get the whole Elite Bundle Resurrections. A lot of people that already have Elite 30 or Elite Bundle 1, they have upgraded from there to the Elite Tonality Mastery to have the Elite Bundle Resurrections. So sign up now. Like I said, right now for this challenge. And this is going to end on May the 9th. Okay. It's going to end on May the 9th. $311 times three to lock in the price for the 5-day challenge for May, or $935 all at once. So fill in the form. I will send you a WhatsApp message. If you have questions, talk to me on the phone, or I'll just send you an invoice and you can pay it. And I enable the course with your email. So look at the information in the description for the sales letter. Don't let outdated methods, bad advice, or the economy hold you back. November is the best time to invest in yourself. Did I say November? The fuck did I just say? All right. Don't let outdated methods, bad advice, or the economy hold you back. Now is the best time to invest in yourself and take control of your future. When others panic or rage quit, blaming tariffs and inflation, the truth is that this tariff could spark a golden age of opportunity afterwards, both in the economy and in your dating life. So don't miss out, because if you quit or you try to take a break, you're going to get more cortisol due to the winner and loser effect. And then it's going to accumulate like a scorecard. So this is your chance to rise above the noise and take early action and find your ideal girlfriend or marriage partner, because there will be less people approaching. Means less, okay, because there will be less people approaching, which means less competition. So to your success as my next late testimonial for my John Elite Army. P.S. This special price of $1,000 will be until the end of July. This is your chance to get the program at a massive discount. Don't wait. Prices increases after May. And also PPS, as I wrote. Don't just take my word for it. Join the 661 late info testimonials of students who already achieved success with the Elite Bundle Resurrections. All right, that's good. So that, holy shit, that's a long fucking 46 minutes. Okay, that's a long time. So, okay, now we're gonna go into the next section, right? Okay. Okay, we're gonna go into the FAQs next, okay? So there's only one person watching. I didn't see that because I was trying to focus on. There's only 6 views so far. What the fuck? Dude, there's only 6 views so far. What the fuck? Now I'm gonna go into the frequently asked questions. They're all brand new. I took the questions from all the challenges and I updated it, right? I'm gonna read it out right now. Yeah, this is pathetic. Imagine this video gets like less than 30 views. What a joke. Are people so like, are they so poor or something that they're so depressed by all the tariffs? But that's okay. I'm gonna start the FAQ. I'm gonna take a piss and then I'm gonna come back and then we're gonna start the FAQ. If you have any questions in between the FAQs, I suggest you ask, right? So since I'm gonna read out the frequently asked questions, if you have any questions while you're watching it, assuming that you're gonna watch it, then ask right away for any clarifications. I try my best to fill every single question you guys asked earlier. All right, I'm gonna mute it. I'm gonna take a quick piss. We'll take a 1-minute break. I'll wash my hands and we'll be right back. Then after we finish the FAQ section, we're gonna start talking about how you can afford all this stuff. And the previous strategy from last month is all out the window. After Donald Trump's tariff, right? Everything, like, we have to change the strategy, right? As if a recession is gonna happen. I don't think a recession will happen, but we gotta change the strategy. right? And let me just write. Let me just change the home tab. Then I'll take a piss. Day 5. I think I offended everybody from the last day challenge, right? Day number 5. Day challenge. And I should probably try to post this even in the other website. Whoever's still here, thank you. I'm gonna post this on Johnny Elite Dating. You guys should sign up just in case, or hit the bell icon, right? Because if you don't get notifications, right, I'm probably shadow banned. Okay, I'm gonna watch a little bit with my second channel here and give myself a thumbs up, right? Maybe that's good for the algorithms. I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'm gonna mute it right now, and then we'll continue. Okay, question. Hopefully not off topic, but elite tonality. Should I go out and approach or wait until I get elite access? Also, should I work on my fashion too right now? Um, it wouldn't hurt to work on your fashion. It gives you more watch time, right? So here's what you can do, okay? Before we start, okay? I'm gonna answer your question first, okay? Before I take a piss. That's a good question. Maybe I might add it to the FAQ, okay? But maybe not. So I'm gonna answer your question fully because you're here and you deserve an answer. Should I go out and approach or wait until elite access? Okay, number one, since you have elite tonality mastery, what I'm doing with my other Gen Z student, right? The Latino guy, is because a lot of students, okay, approach Titan, okay? Listen carefully. A lot of students don't have a working memory because of the winner and loser effect. So if the economy gets worse, most people quit, right? Does that make sense? Or their memory is affected. They lose their hair. The Gen Z student was very skinny before, but he's gained a little bit of weight. I lost my weight. That's good, right? But I was fatter in the challenge and I lost the weight. So it fluctuates. It also wipes your memory. So I would recommend you go to every single video and watch it 6 times. You're like, what the fuck do you mean 6 times? I would go elite tonality mastery. I would get a Google document out and then try to take notes for the first time. And number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right now there's 4 videos. I'm about to edit number 5 and number 6 there and record number 6 with another student who has no facial expressions, no memory. And then I'm gonna edit a few more, right? But I want you to go through every video. So that 6 times 4 is 24 times. Because that's the only way you can reinforce the memory. So when you go out there, right? You have a memory of what your mistakes are. Does that make sense? Tell me if that makes sense. Because these days, even if you practice a little bit, you can't just watch it once and rationalize it. You have to ingrain it so much and recognize the problems so you can change. Because I talked about the 5 mindsets, teachability and changeability, right? And skill index. In order to get the skills, one must change the teachability, right? And you got to raise it high. Just accept everything. Because this last year got 56 latent poll testimonials, exactly the same lessons. And you might say, well, 6 times is a lot. Well, just play at double speed for the first 3, right? Force yourself to watch it. Tape yourself to the chair if you have to, right? Just sit on your hands if you have to and just force yourself to watch it. If you got ADHD, you cannot focus, right? Force it down your throat, no matter what. That's what I would recommend. And then you can start approaching and then you'll start to recognize because you have a memory. Imagine that you're in a fucking straitjacket or something like that and you can't move and you're forced to sit there and you're watching it and learning. And then now you remember when you go out there, you're like, oh shit, that was in video 1, right? For the problems. I'm having too many like pauses or I'm too quiet or else it's too monotone. You recognize it right away, right? Yes, watch it 6 times, take notes each time, and add to the notes if I miss anything. Yes, have a Google document so you can always look at it again, right? That's what I 100% recommend, right? So before elite access, even if you were to use elite access, right? Let's just say you pay for the second piece, okay? Thank you for getting elite bundle resurrections upgrade, right? A few people already gotten it, including you now, okay? But we need more. We need a bigger army. But even if you got elite access right now, right? You know what will happen is that I give you the advice, but you did not go through it 6 times each, right? You already forgotten it. So the advice is based on real time forgetting it. Does that make sense? If it's already wiped from the memory, then what advice are you really getting? Because you go through the advice. I gone like I have a student today, right? Believe it or not, this is not bullshit. But he texted me today in the morning, right? So, one second. Okay, that's a good question. Do you plan on having assistant coaches at some point? I have other people that are willing to drop everything and put the elite as their last name if I needed an army of coaches, right? But I refuse to right now because I'm a Sigma male, a lone wolf, right? Sigma males are the smartest people. They have more social skills than even the alpha males, but they like to work alone and they're very smart. They're always 50 steps ahead of everyone else, right? But that's my personality type. I don't work well with others. That's a good question you're asking, right? So this is a guy who's on here sometimes. So he's asking maybe on this one, but does that answer your question? So yeah, I watch this exactly. So even if you try to watch it, right? I had one student, okay? This I'm gonna answer this fully because if you're gonna take your time to ask a question here, I'm gonna take the time. So this is like the other student. He says, John, this is the guy in the elite bundle resurrections, right? For the elite tonality mastery. He was the fourth video. That Asian guy that have no facial expressions and alexithymia, right? Emotional blindness, triggered but no emotions. Listen to what he says today. I'm half awake when I read this. Let's read it again. Hey, John, people say I look too serious when I talk and tell me to smile more. So he's incongruent. You see that? He doesn't have, he has emotional blindness. Um, when I talk and tell me to smile more, any tips on what expressions should I keep so I don't look like a serial killer? That's at 10:40 a.m. This question isn't just about talking to women, but people in general. Like, what's a good neutral face? For example, when I'm sitting by myself doing nothing, when I'm listening to people talk, I have a really bad poker face. He has the worst fucking poker face. He has the Botox face. His face doesn't move. It's just like half a centimeter. Hey, I'm flirting right now. Oh, I'm surprised. It's like emotional retardation. That's why I made the fourth video in the elite tonality mastery because he has alexithymia. I'm going to update the video on Zoom with him so you can see the sequel to it. Okay? This is going to be exclusive content. And you need a happy, fun, carefree, positive vibe. You're not smiling with teeth because if people tell you smile with teeth, chimpanzees, if they show teeth, it's really beta, right? It's like a sign of submission. So teeth is more for social circle and those kind of setup games, right? Because you don't want to offend anybody. But when you're in day game, what happens after you get your dick wet? You have like a bit of a smile like this. Your chest will stick out and you'll always be happy, right? Loose face. And you just feel like there's a pep in your step when you walk. Does that make sense? So in that way, that is a default face. Half a smile, but your eyes move a little bit too. It's not like a fake smile like a Filipino. And they look like they want to kill you, right? Don't do that. Just do it like a real smile. Everything moves like this. And when you talk to women, they can see it. You don't want like a Latino fuck behavior face like Marco. Hold on a second. Sociopathic eyes. And then downturned lips. Let me try it. Hope that makes sense, right? Right. So if you want to ask more questions, you can do it through here. It's perfectly fine. I'll answer it over there. All right. I'm gonna take a quick piss. And if there's any questions that come up, right, I'll answer it. If I don't pee, right, and then I talk, I'm gonna feel very nervous. So, all right. I'll be right back. Give me one. All right, I'm back. Oh shit, I forgot to wear the watch all this time when I did all that stuff. It's not good. Let's see. I'll pick this one. Say this one. Big ass watch. The Richard Mill. This is my favorite watch. So I like it more than the Rolexes. There it is. Ah, there we go. Let's change the time. Okay. Question: should I focus on working on my shoulders to get wider, or is not important right now since my shoulders have healed? Um, Probably not that important. You think it's more looks, but now that you realize after the 5-day challenge, right? Have you noticed, right? There's a lot more to it than that. There's also the cortisol issue, right? And there's also um the memory problem and also the lack of facial expressions masking it, right? This might be the golden ticket that you're looking for. It might has nothing to do with the shoulders, although it is not good to have narrow shoulders. But even if you've got wide shoulders, but if you don't watch those 6 videos, I mean those 4 videos 6 times right now, there's gonna be a fifth video soon. You're always gonna get stuck. I hope that makes sense. There's almost no path to victory, right? So if you want to last at least a certain amount of time without getting rejected, right? This is the only way forward. I hope that makes sense. I would I would I would practice all your time until you cannot fuck it up. You watch it 6 times, you know it so well that you can start to spot your own mistakes. Here's what my theory is, okay, of what's happening with you. Okay. I'm not sure, but if it's like autism or something, there might be a type. I saw this girl on YouTube, okay, and everyone keeps calling her autistic all the time, and she doesn't understand why. Right? Does that make sense? She keeps getting called that. It's like, well, I didn't do anything, right? But even one time, this guy was staring at her for 10 minutes, right? Exactly. So this guy was staring at her for like 10 minutes, and then it says, "Are you on the spectrum?" Right? So it means that during the first 3 or 4 seconds, they cannot pass, right? And the defenses. That's why you might be stuck. So if you're looking to last longer for 15 minutes, you might not be able to pass the human test, right? The Turing test. So autistic people, right? They get triggered or they get overwhelmed or the senses overwhelm them. They don't move their face very much. They always look angry or something's off, right? Like the other guy. So sometimes it could be something like that. And the alexithymia also sometimes it could be the mental trauma or the anger inside, right? Can affect the facial expressions. There's a lot of things, right? So imagine that if she's neurotypical, right? She's gonna see a lot of red flags. That's why it's really hard to like bypass the defenses, right? But going through elite tonality mastery and the right body language and not being too quiet, you're gonna bypass it because she cannot see that you're not neurotypical because this is called masking. I hope that makes sense. So that's a very, very wonderful question. Thank you for asking that. Right. So, all right. Okay. Okay. So not too many people are watching, right? So but I hope that kind of answers your question. You're fine, right? Right. All right, I gotta record the FAQ for the product. I want to make a video sales letter. Okay. But I think that covers the question that you have over there. Uh, any other questions, right? Ask it here. Just letting you guys know. I'm gonna start the FAQ very soon. These are all new. I just rewrote everything. Took a long time, but at least I can cut it for the sales letter. Okay. So, and I can also post it in a video in the future too. Not a problem. So here's the FAQ. Ready? Unless I see this thing popping up right now, I'll answer it. But if there's no more questions, right, and that you know exactly what to do, right? Got full clarity? Then okay. Yeah, don't worry so much about wearing like a muscle suit, right? So it doesn't change much of anything. It really it's only like you can only add like 2 points or maybe 1 point of looks. You're already like quite good looking already in real life. So you don't realize it, but you're probably the one of the better looking people. You're in the top, like for all the students, right? You're in the top 10. It's more of just a neurotypical, right? Masking it. Because if sociopaths can wear a mask and backstab people, right, like Filipinos, right? Then you can wear a mask to not manipulate, but to blend in, right? I hope that makes sense. If you watch it 6 times, how can you forget? It's like, "Oh, so this is the mistake." It'll just pop out at you. I don't even have to say anything. It's like, "That's it. This one." Because it's already proven to work. 56 latent poll testimonials, they all did the same thing. Alright, let's get ready. Ready? Get set, go. Frequently asked questions. Yes, it's quite long, just look at the section. Okay. Frequently asked questions. What is the Elite Bundle Resurrections? So the Elite Bundle Resurrections include Elite 30, a 5-hour, 30-day challenge course for social skills and social calibrations training. Elite Playbook, a 15-hour game tactics guide to take women from open to poll, including dating and stuff like that. Elite Tonality Mastery, a 21-day challenge and a 10 to 15-hour deluxe course teaching the secret techniques to fix tonality issues caused by stress, inflation, and tariffs that leads to auto rejection. Elite access, 10 minutes of advice, 10 minutes of consultation a day. Rehearse drills, quick analysis. It only takes me like less than 10 seconds to analyze people's infields and short infields per day. Okay. Quick analysis of drills and short infields per day. 10 Skype sessions. Even if Skype is now turned off, we can still list all the Skypes left on the actual Microsoft Teams. And then I can still Skype with you over WhatsApp. So 10 Skype sessions, 1 hour personalized coaching calls. Day game motivation album, exclusive for the first 10 buyers. So why fuck. All right. Let's get ready for the second question, okay? So all right, here's the second question. Let's get to it. Why is your coaching different than other dating coaches? I focus on long-term consistency over short-term intensity. Unlike other coaches who pushes memorized tactics or boot camps that burns you out, my system uses consistent drills to rebuild your neural pathways. This ensures that you can adapt in the field like a trained soldier. Instead of relying on zombie-like mass approaching tactics that fails in today's economy, in 2025, many people struggle with a working memory due to the winner and loser effect. The more you lose financially, the more cortisol builds up, causing weight gain, hair loss, and a double chin, and poor memory. My coaching addresses this by having students record their mistakes in the video addressed to themselves. I pin it on WhatsApp. They have to listen to it 40 times in a row before they get started. This repetition reinforces the correct habits, helping them adapt quickly and pass it their homework assignment for drills in one attempt because it forces the memory into their brain and they cannot fail if they want it to because they know exactly what needs to be fixed. So without this process, the cortisol's destructive impact on memory will cause them to forget what they have learned by the next day. Okay. So that's the second question, right? That's pretty good, right? So let's try the next one. So what is aeroscience? My students uses the aeroscience. For the 3-point arrow tip, it is number 1, maneuver. And this next part of the tip is maneuver. Okay. Okay. For the 3-point arrow tip, right? Okay, arrow, like 1, 2, 3. Its maneuver for instant sexualizing it to the max in the bedroom is next. Okay. That doesn't even make any sense. Let me write this properly, right? Note to self, fix this section. My students uses the arrow science for the 3-point arrow tip. So the first step is maneuvering, like insedates and pulling women home. The second one is sexualizing it to the maximum in the bedroom. And the third one is the objections looping of the sexual objections only. You don't deal with logistical objections by seeding the pull, whatever that means. Sorry, burped again. Okay. It's backfilled with flirts. What? Okay. And also, it's backfilled with flirts when she talks more. You flirt more. You only tease her when she's off the line. Is that simple? But of course, that takes a bit of training to recognize this and to do it properly and to build the arrow body to make it longer. I mean, it's good to have the arrow tip. It is social skills to build the arrow, social calibrations, emotional control on top of the triangular arrow. So to make it fly better for the feather, it is also the V-shaped body in the whitewash husband material fashion. That's right. So that's what makes it fly because you also need a feather at the end of the arrow. To aim without it shaking, it's important that you are not broke. Okay, to aim without it shaking, it is important that you are not broke and in survival mode, stressing you out. So budgeting and taking supplements to reduce cortisol is a must this year. Okay, that's the next one. Just like the Maslow chart of human needs, you never want to be in the physiological needs, especially when you're in survival mode. All right, see here. Oh, okay, there's 2 people here. Let's see how many views. Okay, now there's a little bit more views. That's good. We're getting somewhere finally. Um, all right, let's get to the next question, okay? You currently have 661 latent poll testimonials for a day game, John. Are they all real? How do you count it? Okay, every single lay testimonial is all verified through the screenshots, the lay pictures and videos. Unlike other white coaches, I don't just inflate the numbers with unverifiable claims like a positive YouTube comment that's, has a vague review or saying that the coach is legit or they got over a red pill. Those are not testimonials or Tinder stuff. That's not pickup. That's not a testimonial. That's a body count, not a lay count. This is all about real results. I don't count Tinder as a lay since it's not a lay count, it's a body count. And if you're swiping with AI images in the background or you change your face to AI to make it better, that's not picking up. Even women can just show up on Tinder and they can get laid 100 times in 2 months. That means 2 lays in 1 day. So that would be 60 times 2. That's 120 lays. So is that a lay count? If a woman is a slut and wants to have sex twice a day? No. If she's narcissistic, she can do it easily. So no other. Okay. Also, on Tinder, other assistants that you have can swipe for you and get phone numbers and forward it to you on WhatsApp to collect the lay. Does this really count when there's multiple assistants swiping for you? And then what they're doing is like saying on Tinder, what are you looking for on here? They say relationship, a quick bang, whatever, and they just have to say, I'm looking for the same thing. And then they just get the phone number right away and they send it to the coach. How is that a lay count? That's a body count. And now they're using AI images. Come on now. Other Asian dating coaches have never achieved a same day lay for their infield, from open to sex for day game. They rely on optics, the halo effect because they're muscular or they're tall and strong or handsome compared to me. So you assume they must be good. They are only pulling women home without proof of actual lays or standing next to women posing as a club promoter in third world countries. They rarely post lay testimonials for day game. They only have one in the last few years of the inflation, or two at most, and mostly zero. None of it is AI videos for my students or actors for my testimonials. I have posted video testimonials since 2016 when was first online. I started coaching in Vancouver since 2012, before the age of AI. I also interview the students occasionally on YouTube Live, and they talk the same. They sound kind of autistic. So that verifies their other classmates in the inner circle. I have a track record, and other dating coaches are super jealous because they can't get students laid like I do. All right. So we're going to go to the next question soon. So, oh, good. There's three people here. Thank you for the likes and stuff like that. I am, yeah. All right. So the next question, okay? Let's get ready. So start here, John. Cut up to this point and get to the next question. What is the first principles of day game? The 20 out of the 35 system, John. All right. The 20 out of 35 system is the benchmark for success in day game. Oh, fuck, I fucked that one up. All right, let me try again. Good thing I took some cough medicine. Otherwise, that's going to be a coughing fit. Let me try again. The 25, okay, fucked it up again a second time. All right. The 20 out of 35 system is the benchmark for success in day game, often referred to as the line of fuckability. It evaluates key traits out of a total of 35 points. Looks is 10 points. Money is 5 points. Status is 10 points. Social skills is 2.5 points. Social calibrations, 2.5 points for the body language and facial expressions. Emotional control, which is also facial expressions and your tonality, is 2.5 points, and game is 2.5 points. So to succeed in day game, you just need to score 20 or higher. That's right. Just 20 points is the line of fuckability because women's evolutionary psychology and subconscious brain calculates your score almost instantly. It's like a lock to her legs. Once you cross that 20-point threshold, the lock opens and her legs open and she bangs you. So her attraction is triggered. It doesn't matter how the points are distributed, whether it's your looks, it's your status for your ethnicity or status maxing, or your tonality for emotions, or your social skills or social calibrations. As long as you hit 20 points or higher, you get laid. Attraction isn't a choice. It's based on individual. Okay, somebody asked me that is attraction based on individual preferences, and the answer is no. It's a subconscious system hardwired into her evolutionary psychology. That's why my students achieve a wide range of outcomes, from same-day lays to casual hookups to building relationships, getting fuck buddies, girlfriends, even multiple girlfriends, even threesome, foursome, fivesomes. Many have even gone on to get married and they have started families. The key to compensate for weaker areas. Okay. The key is to compensate for weaker areas and leverage your strengths to cross the line of fuckability and unlock success in day game. Attraction is not a choice. These things are universal in every culture, every part of the world. 20 out of 35. All right. That's good. So we're gonna get ready for the next question. Right. I hope you guys are enjoying this part more than the first part. So, okay. Let's see here. Oh, good. Now we're getting a lot more views. So, okay. What if I think it's all about looks or black pill ideology, John? Let me answer that question for you. So the 20 out of 35 system proves that looks alone are not enough. The 20 out of 35 system shows that relying solely on looks won't guarantee consistent success, like getting laid. Let's break this down, okay? Even if you had a 9 out of 10 looks, and let's say you got plastic surgery, and you have a 10 out of 10 perceived natural status by being white, or you look white, that gives you 19 points, does it not? You might ask, well, John, that's almost 20 points. But wait a minute. But here's the thing, and why it falls apart. Because social skills, let's say, for example, even if you're black pilled, let's say it's zero, because if you can't use a proper social skills flow drill and you try to use statements, you get a short answer. Then you ask a question, you get a short answer. Then you make another statement, you get a short answer because you have a one-track mind, you cannot use multiple steps, you will lose points. That'll be 0. And let's say, for example, you try to square off and you have a poor body language and your tonality adds stress, but it's barely giving you 1 point. But let's say you try to square off the best as you can, you still get 1 point. Emotional control. Here's the problem for black pill is minus 2.5 points. So this is the only category that can go into the negative. Stress or nervousness caused by financial troubles like the Donald Trump tariffs. During the last 5-day challenge, he paused it. Now it's in effect and people are losing their minds. So the winner and loser effect, you get testosterone for winning and you also get cortisol for losing or being broke. So that will show up in your voice. You'll start to sigh at the end of the sentence when you talk, and you'll sound like very depressed. And you breathe out when you talk. That leaks 2.5 points. So that's minus 2.5 because of the tariff and the winner and loser effect. So the final math is that when you minus that 2.5 points and your game is not that good, all you can get is 17.5 points for black pill, even if you have a 9 out of 10 in looks and 10 out of 10 for race. It's below the 20-point threshold needed to get laid. And if this is a white person, right? And they get a 10 out of 10 perceived natural status. Imagine all of the short minority ethnics. They have like 1 or 2 points at most if they're whitewashed. They might have 4 points for Indians or 2 points if they're not. So how many points? That's 10 points. So if that barely gets over the line and doesn't get over the line, what happens if you're ethnic? You have no choice but to maximize the skills. And if you don't fix the emotional category, is minus 2.5 without elite tonality mastery for elite bundle resurrections. You have no chance. All right, next question. That was pretty good. So I like that. That was pretty good. Okay. So does it work for okay? All right. Next question. Hey John, does it work? Okay, I coughed a little bit. Let me try again. Hey John, does it work for every ethnicity of students? Yes, the system works for every ethnicity, including Asians, Indians, Black students, Latinos, Italians, Jewish students, Middle Eastern students, any of them, really. This is proven by my video and screenshot laid testimonials. While each ethnicity may require a slightly tailored approach in 2025. So the 20 out of 35 system is universal. Once you cross the line of fuckability, you'll get laid your dick wet no matter what, regardless of your background. For example, while students naturally score higher in perceived like status, which is 10 out of 10 by being a tall white, or if you're blackwashed, okay, or if you're black and you're tall and you're whitewashed and you're confident, and we're not talking about the Negro black, the ones with baggy jackets, a big afro, and stuff like that. We're talking about whitewashed, faded hair, tall black men. They'll have an 8 out of 10 perceived natural status and a natural pre-selection with white women. Middle Easterns will have a 7 out of 10 because they're more, although they have a negative reputation in European countries for what they do, they're still seen as dominant. Latinos used to be 7 out of 10. After Donald Trump arrived twice as president and start throwing them over the border, just speaking the truth, then the first time around, Latinos had a 6 out of 10 perceived natural status. So Daygame became harder. Then now they have a 5 out of 10 during 2025 when Donald Trump is president. So now they are required to have more skills. And since they have a one-track mind and they can only do one step, they're going to get stuck if they're not trained under me and becoming lazy. Whitewash Indians are 4 out of 10. They're not the same as the negative stereotype Indians that are 2 out of 10. And the one who are 2 out of 10, they are so Indian washed, they're not aware of it. It just turns off all the women. And Asians are 1 out of 10 for a perceived natural status. But if there is totally Asian washed or Asian masculinity wearing black shirts and split ends, they're gonna have 0 out of 10 unless they become an Asian passport bro to get some high status job for being engineer, high status third world money status advantage in their Instagram traveling, or else like third world money status advantage in that regard. Okay, unless that gives them right, unless they're traveling and they show it on their Instagram, then they have the third world money status advantage, and they also have the exotic advantage or the lifestyle advantage compared to the locals who cannot afford shit. They cannot afford anything. Then outside of that, they'll have 0 out of 10. If you listen to other Asian dating coaches and you start bulking up like a dirty bulking, like a fat compound ninja turtle with a black shirt. So the system adjusts to these factors, ensuring that success for every student. So if you have less points, then you need more skills to get over the 20 out of 35. All right, that's good. All right. So far, so good. Give it a thumbs up, right? This is really enjoyable. So the next question, we'll get to it. Okay. So, all right. Hey, John, does your game work on every type of women, not just white women? Yes, this system works for every type of women, including Asians, Blacks, Latinas, Italians, and even more. All right, it's burped again. Even hood rats, for those of you asking. And trust me, I get asked a lot about hood rats. The 20 out of 35 system is universal because it focuses on improving traits that are attractive across all cultures, such as social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control. While some adjustments may be made for cultural nuances, the overall framework remains the same. This system has been proven to work with women all around the world, regardless of their background or environment. Okay, so far so good. Next question. Okay. Hey, John, how has the new Elite Tonality Mastery course adapted for 2025? Elite Tonality Mastery is a 21-day challenge and a 10 to 15-hour deluxe digital course designed to transform your vocal tonality into that of a natural. It eliminates monotoned, cortisol induced angry or depressed tones, helping you reduce rejections and bypass women's defenses. By mastering tonality, you mask cortisol stress in your voice. It ensures that you get your foot in the door in 2025, even with the challenges of this year, the tariffs, and the winner and loser effect. The more you lose, the more broke you are, the higher your cortisol levels are on the rise. It's not just about having a deeper voice to indicate testosterone. It's about projecting confidence, emotional control, and high status with a whitewashed tonality through your precise tonality, through the winner effect. One second. Feels like a fucking dead cell skin. I don't want that in the video. Hopefully, no one can see it. Yeah, it's hard to see. All right. Well, we're just gonna have to continue. All right. So in the 20 out of 35 system, tonality is worth 2.5 points. But if it's not mastered, it can drop you by minus 2.5 points. Leaching from other areas like social skills and like, okay, I fucked that one up. Let me try again. Okay. So in the 20 out of the 35 system, tonality is worth 2.5 points. But if it's not mastered, it can drop you by minus 2.5 points, leaching from other areas like social skills and emotional control, even your body language for social calibrations. This makes mastering tonality critical for projecting confidence and sounding whitewash like a natural to reduce women's stress. and also to eliminate xenophobia for the ethnics, and which ultimately means getting laid for day game in 2025. Without the precision in your tonality, even the best strategies will fail to compensate for the negative signals your voice projects. All right, that's good. So we're gonna get to the next question, right? This is cool because I literally took all the questions in the first challenge and the second one, and you know, and I updated this FAQ. I really do like it because these are really good questions, right? Because if I don't answer all the questions, people don't have clarity. So they don't have clarity. They don't know what to do. So it's still stuck at this many views. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep posting it until people show up. It's very enjoyable. All right. Okay. Let's go for the next question. Hey, John, why did you move this elite? Okay, okay. Well, I get the question. Okay, I fucked it up. Let me try again. Hey, John, why did you move these tonality exercises from elite access to a new course for elite tonality mastery? Shouldn't this be taught on elite access instead and secretly kept from everybody? Listen, elite tonality mastery was moved out of elite access because it required more time to break the habits for the students and building consistency than a boot camp can offer. So, boot camps focus on short term intensity for other dating coaches, but tonality training needs a long term practicing for drills to get lasting results. Long term consistency, not short term intensity. This new way of teaching things in the course gives you the time and structure to truly master it so that way you can mask yourself from the cortisol so you can get your foot in the door. People were a bit slower to adapt for elite access this year because they were procrastinating due to low self-esteem. So why not move it to here? So with a 21-day challenge, I can supervise on elite access instead of spending so much time teaching. This is the more efficient way of getting things done. All right, that's good. All right, we're gonna get to the next question. So, okay, no new questions yet over there. I'm glad you guys are really enjoying it. So, all right, next question is over here. Okay. Dear John, what if I got a big accent? Will elite tonality mastery work for me? So, okay, I probably offended all the Indians, right? No, just the bench-old Indians. So, all right, let's just read that without an accent this time. What if I have a big accent, John? Will elite tonality mastery work for me? Yes, it will work for you even if you have a strong accent. Shit. I'll try that again. Yes, it will work for me. I fucked that one up again. Ah, okay. Yes, it will work for you even if you have a strong accent. There's a difference between having an accent and having bad vocal abilities. Elite tonality mastery focuses on fixing bad vocals for your tonality, such as monotone, rush, or cortisol affected speech. That sounded weird. Elite tonality mastery focus on fixing bad vocal tonality, such as monotone, rush, or cortisol affected speech. With a bunch of close syllables together, like you're rolling the words and you're speaking super fast. When you start like this, the syllables are close. Once these are corrected, the accent becomes almost unnoticeable because your delivery is smooth and confident and emotionally controlled. Notice how singers who are British doesn't have an accent when they're singing. Women care more about how you say something rather than the accent itself. This program ensures that your tonality is engaging, clear, and whitewashed, making objections about your accent irrelevant. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember when Donald Trump says, I love your accent, but I cannot understand you, right? So that's the thing. Sometimes they're not even aware, right, of their bad accent can affect things, right? Even if they have an accent, sometimes people can hear them, sometimes people cannot. So, okay, I'll cut that part out. All right. So that's the next one. We're gonna ask the next question. So far, so good, right? I really like where we're going with this. So still 22 views, right? Um, okay, I just tell them they're stuck at 22 views, right? Maybe I'll send this to all the other zombies, right? Like, I mean, the other existing students that got banned. I'm just gonna forward it to them. I'm just forwarding to a bunch of people on WhatsApp. All right. Hopefully that does something. I don't know. Let's ask the next question, okay? So, hey, John, is there a financing plan? Pay in installments or in pieces? Yes, there's a financing plan, and you can pay $333 USD in 3 installments over 3 months. Each payment unlocks specific parts of the program. The first payment for $333 will unlock Elite 30 and one Skype session. Second payment is $333. It unlocks the Elite Playbook and 1 week of Elite access to test if you're coachable. If you're not coachable, this is where the program ends for you. And you keep what's unlocked so far. We go our separate ways. Number three, the third payment of $333 unlocks Elite Tonality Mastery, the entire Elite access, and 10 Skype sessions. So, yeah. So far, most people have the financing plan. Very few actually spend the entire thing during this 2025 inflation. So use the financing plan and you have no excuses. All right, next question. I think that's a good one, right? So approach Titan. You asked me this one, and I start writing the script for it today, earlier on. Okay. You talk about Canadians, right? So, hey, John, what if I'm Canadian and the CAD is worthless compared to the United States dollar? Okay, let's be real here. The Canadian dollar always has been weaker than the USD, and that's not changing anytime soon. But that's just an excuse because someone recently bought the Elite Bundle Resurrections from Canada for the update. He already had Elite 30. So he's using a financing plan. And he's paying in three equal parts. Okay, he's paying in three parts. And they didn't make any excuses. They invested in themselves. You can either keep sabotaging yourself, blaming the economy, saying you're Canadian, and then we got more liberal leaders, or take responsibilities for your life. Other dating coaches, you're just funding their lifestyle. Their programs have zero late testimonials for Daygame. I saw this one guy. absolute disability. He literally has 0 students laid. He only got, like, 2 late testimonials in 2012, and all of a sudden, he ran a school, SKOOL, and then he got, like, a free coaching, and nobody got laid, and then he upsells them to a group coaching, and nobody fucking got laid, and you're funding his vacation while he's a creepy white guy hitting on Asian women and just using optics standing next to white women. What a fucking joke. That's not how Canadians should be, or just turning MGTOW and giving up. You're not getting laid following these people that are frauds and just standing next to women, and you know it. And for the Europeans, seriously, your currency is worth more than the Canadian dollar. What's your excuse? Oh no, but we're affected by the tariffs, right? Really? Your money is so much worth it compared to the Canadian dollar. It's not even close. You're just making excuses. And I'm calling you out because a lot of my students are from London recently. But what about Germany? Where are you guys? Or what about all the other places that reads my blog on a daily basis from Europe? Where the hell are you? I need soldiers for this summer, and you have more attractive women over there in those countries. You have very attractive women. You have a lower cost of living than Canada. I mean, seriously, and even the United States. What's your excuse? Just too many excuses. All right, let's go to the next video. So, or next section, okay? Okay, I keep feeling there's a piece of skin flying off the side of my mouth. All right. Hey, John, what is the best way to save money for the financing plan? That's a great question because the best way is to follow the 5 bucket strategy. So for every paycheck you get, let's say you got paid like for 1 week, right? You got paid $1,000, more or less, right? Whatever job you're doing. And you never break the 20% 5 bucket rule. So you have to, when you get your paycheck, actually cut some of the money, move it to a second bank account. Like some bank accounts online, you can make like multiple bank accounts, right? For free. So you make the first bucket, you always move the 20% into that bucket. You don't touch it. You pretend it doesn't exist. Because people always have emergencies. Poor people, I'm not saying black people, but poor people always has an emergency. Something always breaks down when they're poor. The car breaks down, or something breaks down, or else their teeth falls out, and then they need an emergency dentist. But if you don't put that 20% in there, you're gonna get stuck. And you're like, "Oh, John, it takes too long to do this. Can't I manage the money myself?" No, I've never seen it happen successfully before. I'll explain why. 20% is in the self-education bucket. You use this to invest in programs like Elite Bundle Resurrections. So that's self-education. And for other people working as entrepreneurs, you can also invest in books or in courses to help you make more money. I do it all the time. I always believe in investing in myself because it doesn't matter how much you save or how much the inflation takes away. Unless you have a self-education bucket to improve your high income skills, you're always going to get stuck by the inflation, or even if you save, is the inflation will take it away. You could have to invest your way out of a problem with new ideas. You can even use Elite Tonality Mastery and Elite 30 to get promoted in your job or learn how to communicate better. These are investments beyond just day game. And number 3, the 20% investment bucket. Focus on assets that save or generate money. I'm not saying that you should invest in Bitcoin, but it has gone up a lot recently, hasn't it? It's almost $100,000. But there are other things you can invest in that generates income. Does that make sense? Whatever is the asset will always put money in your pocket. Whatever is a liability will take money away from your pocket and not gain anything. It takes away time. So you got to figure out what's an asset to invest in. For me personally, I like to invest in courses and stuff. I always want to learn the latest and greatest. For example, I always thought to myself, on Facebook, I always get advertisement from other people's courses, right? But if I see the same advertisement over and over and they're putting like millions into the ad, then it probably is very successful. So I learn from it and it works. It's that simple, right? It's like that's why I invest in. I invest in a bunch of like short meaning courses, and it always pays off. So you have to invest in yourself. A lot of people with ADHD will not invest in themselves because they can't focus on books. I don't want to read books. Then listen to an audiobook. Go to YouTube and listen to the audio book at double speed. Also, next is the 20% bucket for paying the bills. Of course, most people in their bank account only has one. They'll just use it to pay the bills and there's nothing left over because they don't invest in themselves and they don't break it down. Like, and then you will start saying that junk food is now part of your expenses. Now you waste all your money because you're ADHD and you're lazy and you rather get somebody to make the food for you, but it costs an arm and a leg now. The food prices are crazy now. And then the last one, the 20% is the play money. That means the more you earn, the more you can spend, but only 20%. And I've noticed with students or black people, what they do is that for the play money bucket, they actually almost like 80% of their paydays, the play money bucket, 20% is the bills. Because, or Latinos, because when they get depressed because of ADHD, right, for black students or Latinos, they'll need to get antidepressants, not the actual antidepressants. They'll buy stupid shit, junk food, you know, or they'll watch porn, or they'll spend on some stupid shit like retail therapy just to reduce the depression. And now they're in debt. And they'll think, oh, they got credit cards, they'll pay later on. That's why a lot of Gen Z are poor because they're always depressed. The more depressed you are because of ADHD and you don't do what you say you're going to do, you're going to have a withdrawal. And what's going to happen is that the money will be leached away from your bank account. So your play money has to be limited to 20%. But during a tariff, maybe you should reduce it down to 10% because you need a discipline to do all this stuff. If you don't have discipline, you'll spend like you're Mike Tyson or Mayweather Jr., and you'll lose all your money. And even if Mayweather had like $1 billion, he probably spend it all anyways. So he's some people claim he's broke now. But anyways, sticking to this strategy, you can free up $333 a month easily to invest in your education without sacrificing quality of life. But don't forget, cut this part out later on, right? But right now, there's a 5-day challenge. So therefore, it's actually $311. Can you come up with $311 with a 5 bucket strategy? Of course you can. Anybody can. Everything else is just excuses. Okay. So next question. Let me stretch a little bit. Okay, so far so good, right? So I hope this is giving you clarity because there's so many objections, man. There's so many questions, right, on the first 2 challenges. And I really like the way I wrote all this answers and stuff, right? Let's go to next one. Okay. Hey John, why should I choose the Elite Bundle Resurrections over day game boot camps from other coaches? Well, listen, Elite Bundle Resurrections focuses on long-term consistency rather than short-term intensity. Boot camps rely on intense, short-lived tactics that don't last, while Elite Bundle Resurrections build on neural pathways through structured drills for permanent results. Also, now there's a memory section where you can repeat your own instructions you record of yourself. I'll pin it on your WhatsApp. You can watch it 40 times and you will not make a mistake because there's a working memory now. Things have adapted for 2025. So with 661 laden po testimonials, this program has proven success far beyond what boot camps can offer. Boot camps might give you a temporary boost of confidence, but they rarely get people laid during this inflation and this tariffs. But Elite Bundle Resurrections ensures consistent lays over time, proven by my video testimonials that are nonstop. I have 56 laid in po testimonials last year, and there's already quite a few for this year. Okay, next question. Okay, that was good. Okay. Hey, John, what's the difference between Elite Bundle Resurrections and the 3MP bundle? That's a great question. Elite Bundle Resurrections is the core day game program for 2025. I'm only selling one course. It's designed to deliver maximum results during an inflation and economic challenges. It includes elite tonality mastery, the new one. Okay, it includes elite tonality mastery, which is new, elite 30 from hard case to hero for the body language, an elite playbook for game and elite access for my mental filter, and 10 Skype sessions for one-on-one training. So basically, with elite access, you get 10 to 15 minutes of daily consultation where I can quickly review your homework, analyze your drills, or even a glance at your infields for rapid feedback. This program is ideal for most students looking for an efficient, structured system to level up their day game without overwhelming time commitments. It's like 10 minutes a day. It's not that much of a commitment. But the 3MP bundle, it's called 3MP, does not mean it's 3 months only. It's like for a whole year. It's just a name. On the other hand, is a premium high ticket program. It costs 5 or 6 times more than the Elite Bundle Resurrections. It's designed for students who need intensive one-on-one training, including 20 Skype sessions, 3 months of infield analysis, Elite 60 for 6 months, or maybe 5 to 6 months, or maybe 4 to 6 months, somewhere like that. Can I say that again? And Elite 60 for 4 to 5 months, Kaizen for 1 month in 7 days, 1 month for the body language, and 7 days for the social skills flow drill training. And also text game for minorities, the mental trauma cure, and all the other courses. It's a full year of personalized coaching tailored for students requiring deeper long-term support, such as engineers or those with Asperger's, and they're really, really stuck, but they got money, but they don't have time. But they need an intense focus. They need more help. For example, one student who paid for Elite 60, he paid for it twice, but he was able to upgrade to the 3MP bundle by paying the difference this year. However, once the current inflation and tariffs are gone, these upgrade options of paying the difference will no longer be available. So act now. But you need to pay in full price for the 3MP bundle after that. Okay, that's good. Oh, next question. Okay. Hey, John, why don't you go direct or give direct compliments for your training? Well, direct game doesn't work in today's dating environment. Women are full of objections in the 2025 tariffs, and direct compliments often triggers defensive behavior immediately. You're practically off the line in the very beginning. She's going to look at your physical appearance. And if your hair is thinning and you have a double chin, and then you're losing your memory, and she can see all these traits, it's an automatic rejection with bad fashion. So instead, I teach you the hybrid opener, which combines indirect and adaptive elements, statements of empathy, and calling out the big objection in the back of her mind. By talking slower and using calibrated tonality, you bypass objections and disarm her fears without triggering resistance. This approach is far more effective than going direct. Okay, next question. So far, so good. We're doing okay on time. So thank you for the like so far, 7 likes. We just see how many people has looked at it. Okay, 27. That's not bad. We're getting there, right? If it's like at least like roughly 10 per hour, right? That's not bad. Let's continue. All right. So next question. Hey, John, do you teach outer game or inner game first? I always start with the outer game first because fixing the body language, tonality, and social calibrations gives you immediate results. But when your mindset crashes, which happens to most people in 2025 early, we switch back to inner game using the mindset playlist. The mindset playlist includes 26 audios, and I ask you to write down 10 takeaways in the Google document. Obviously, not just copying and pasting from the transcription, right? But over time, you update it with new struggles and new problems that you have. Like, let's say, for example, I call you out for procrastinating. I'll write that on top of your Google documents or making excuses and adding it to, you're going to be making the takeaway, or okay, you're going to be writing the takeaway on Google documents, but then you're going to add the problems at the end and maybe a blue color. I also create a personalized text to speech audio to help you reset your mindset once you finish all of this. And once we got the mental vaccine in your variant, this process helps you to bounce back quickly and speeds up your speed of implementation. Because once you listen to that audio, boom, you're back to being super lightning speed for a couple of days before you crash out again in 3 or 4 days. Before it was 3 or 4 months or 3 or 4 weeks in 2024. Now it's like 3 days. People are just losing their minds. I get it, the tariffs, right? It's a constant switch. When you're stuck in outer game, we shift to your inner game to reset your mind. But once your mindset is back on track, we'll return to the outer game again. And we'll keep building momentum through long-term consistency and short instead of short-term intensity, right? This back and forth ensure okay, this back and forth will ensure that consistent progress. Okay, this back and forth will ensure consistent progress and it will get you faster results for day game. Okay, next question. How does okay, hey John, how does Elite 30 and Elite Playbook and Elite Tonality Mastery work together? What order should I start? Well, these courses are designed to work as a system, building on top of each other. Elite 30, some people start here. The 30-day challenge is the foundation for social skills and social calibrations. You learn to move naturally and speak confidently and handle interactions without awkward. Okay. How about this? Okay, number one, I'll recommend you start with Elite Tonality Mastery. You finish this 21-day challenge and you go through all the video 6 times to burn it into your brain if you don't have a working memory. It refines your vocal tonality, helping you master your monotoned or cortisol affected speech. This gets your foot in the door. This course is critical for 2025 for reducing rejections and ensuring emotional control. Number two, you're going to go through the Elite 30-day challenge with the facial expressions, putting them together. You start Elite 30 and then the foundation for the social skills and social calibrations. You learn to move naturally, you speak more confidently, and handle interactions without awkwardness. The number three, optional, you can go through Elite Playbook once you master the basics. This course teaches you advanced game tactics to take women from open to pull. It focuses on strategy and execution, especially dating. Together, these courses create a complete system that ensure consistent success in day game. Of course, you want to use your elite access in between all of this, but people these days using elite access are crashing out. They're so slow that they're not able to actually implement any of this stuff easily. They're rotting. It's kind of like a plant. They're overwatered, they'll start to rot. This is called root rotting. That's what's happening. People are rotting away, turning into kind of like zombies, for a lack of a better word. So these days, elite access, which worked really well last year when they're half human and half zombie like, no offense, but this year it's just pure zombie like. So it's better to focus on the courses and to go through every single one of them 6 times in a row, whether to burn it into your memory. Because if you don't have a working memory due to cortisol, due to the winner and loser effect, it makes no sense not to do that. Okay, that's good. So, all right, excellent. JP is here, right? I hope you're healing well. So, dropping a like. Thank you very much. Every bit helps, right? I hope that you're healing quite well, or at least you're in the process, right? But don't lose your momentum. I talked to another student, approach Titan, right? And I said he should go through elite tonality mastery like 6 times in a row to force a working memory. You know how you guys forget the mistakes and then you have to like talk in front of the camera and play it back 40 times in a row, right? So that way you can pass your homework assignment in one try, right? The next best thing is to go through every course 6 times. So every video in the elite tonality mastery, and every time you go through it, you write down the new takeaways that you got for the Google document. That's what I'm going to make the students do. The training will be heavily modified this year for memory. Memory is the most important thing because without memory, you cannot actually execute because you can't be teachable and changeable, right? But I do hope you're okay. JP fell a little bit last time, right? and he has scars across his face and went to the hospital. So I hope that you do heal quickly, but do not lose your momentum, right? I'm telling you for your instincts, JP. Don't lose your momentum because if you lose your momentum, right, then it's going to be hard to get it back and you easily quit. Do not lose that momentum, right? Life sucks, right? Sometimes you get injured. I get injured too, but I just keep going, right? Even Approach Titan got injured before it happens, right? So right shoulder. So my shoulder is kind of frozen. I can't even do a Superman. Ah, it doesn't even work. I can barely move the arm out here and put it on my hips. The other one I can, but this one I can't. That's how frozen it is. But it happens. Life is like that. It's like a constant kick in the nuts. You just have to get back up and walk forward. So, all right. Hey, John, what happened to Elite Day Game First Steps booklet or the Elite Focus for Day Gamers course? Did you remove it? Look, these courses have been removed. They have been merged into other programs for better organization and value. So, for example, the Elite Day Game First Steps booklet, the bonus video, is now part of Elite 30 as Module 6. So, covering the approach anxiety and the hybrid opener. It's just been basically rearranged to a different area. The Elite Focus for Day Gamers course on the budgeting and tonality has been moved to the final module of Elite Tonality Mastery because budgeting is what's going to be able to make sure your voice does not have that depressed sigh at the end of the sentence when you're breathing, when you're talking. So that will help the student survival value. Originally, I wanted to make a golden ticket where people can pay $5 and they can have a copy of Elite Day Game First Steps for WhatsApp or Elite Tonality Mastery. But I decided now against it. So I don't want to put that on the sales letter. I removed it. Maybe that was a bad idea. It's confusing. All right. Next question, John. How do Elite 30, Elite Playbook, and Elite Tonality Mastery work together? What order should I start? Wait, didn't I answer that question? The fuck? Okay, I felt like I answered that question, right? Having like a deja vu or something. So I gotta remove that part. I shit. All right, we'll go to the next question, right? Hey, John, what are the 5 mindsets and how does it relate to the 20 out of 35 first principles of day game to get that lay from the line of fuckability? All right, the 5 mindsets are critical for success in day game because they determine how fast you approach and execute the 20 out of 35 system. They include a growth mindset to focus on continuous improvement. This is for grit. So G stands for growth mindset. Resilience handles rejections and keeps moving forward. 3, instincts. How to adapt to situations in real time using my mental filter, not yours. Tenacity, to stay consistent with your training and approaches until you go for the knockout or go for the same day lay. So it's about emotional stability too, to maintain control under pressure, to avoid reactive behaviors. And these mindsets ensure that you can effectively improve your 20 out of 35 score and execute consistently in the field. But in reality, the 5 mindsets is number one, teachability. How teachable are you out of 10? So for some people, how we're adapting in 2025, most people are not teachable. It's down to 0 or zero point 0.5. I've seen zombies repeat the same mistakes week after week. So if you watch every video 6 times, it's in your mind. Or if you call yourself out in a video and I pin it for your WhatsApp and you hear it 40 times, then it's going to be reinforced through your mental filter, even if you feel like you're rotting away. So your teachability is very important. We're raising the teachability in 2025. So your changeability will be higher. Does that make sense? That's also score out of 10. You have to be changeable. That means you cannot repeat the same mistakes. So when you reinforce it 40 times, knowing what the mistakes are, or you go through my course like 6 times in a row, then your changeability will be higher. And also that means you're going to have more skills this way. Does that make sense? You cannot raise your skill index, which is number one, unconscious incompetence. You don't know what you don't know. So it's good asking questions. Number two, you go from that to conscious incompetence. Now that you know you're making mistakes, but you can't change it, but you're aware of it. But if you don't actually reinforce it like 40 times in a row, or you go through it 6 times, you're going to forget what the mistakes are. You'll go back to conscious, you will go back into conscious. Okay, I fucked that one up. You go back into unconscious incompetence. So that's why you need to reinforce this for 2025, not any other year. So afterwards, you get to conscious competence. I give you the feedback. You have the 40 different times that you listen to yourself, telling yourself what the mistakes are, you fix it, and you repeatedly get it right. That's why that's important. And then eventually you do that enough times, and I supervise you. You go into unconscious competence where everything becomes natural. It becomes second nature. This is the way. All right. That's good, right? I just improvise all that stuff at the end, right? So here's some questions. Okay, it's good that you moved to a tonality course from elite access to standalone, right? Of course, so you don't have to retrain again, right? Does your game work objectively with ugly students? I've been watching beginning at 2 times speed. Yeah, yeah. I'll show you the ugliest student and what he banged. Okay, so the ugliest student, right? Don't share this to anyone, but you know the bald guy, right? I'll show you what he looks like. So this is the ugly ass I'll censor his face for a testimonial. He looks almost like a fucking owl or something, or a big nose and stuff. This is him. Okay. Do you see it, Aiden? So that's what he looks like. He's the ugliest student I have. So what kind of women did he get? Let me censor his name and a little bit of his face. Okay. Now you can see, right, what he got. He's actually banging another 21, 25, 21-year-old, right? Smoking hot. But you can see this one. This was a picture of the woman that he is 10 out of 10 that he fucked. And this was like a picture 15 years ago, what she looks like. The blonde looking Megan Fox. I'll cover a little bit of her face, but don't worry, it's like as a bikini and everything, it should be fine for YouTube. You're probably like, what the fuck? Exactly, what the fuck indeed. You should see the other ones he banged. They're like 8.5 and 8 out of 10. So if he's able to do this, but he's part of the Kaizen program for 3MP. But he also took the elite access and he got a 10 out of 10. Does that answer your question? Ugly students? A lot of students are very ugly and they have banged really hot women. So I would say that, yeah, I have some real mutants that bang really hot women. So you like beyond like is very is not it has nothing to do with looks, right? We talked about black pill earlier because the points don't add up even for black pill, even if you're tall and white. With the minus 2.5 for the inflation, it's 20 out of 35 overall. You can distribute the points anywhere, really. Women can pick up on this subconsciously. I hope that answers your question. That's a good question, right? But something I've answered before. So check it out throughout the whole FAQ, and you should find the answer there too, right? I think this FAQ is very good so far. We should just make it official. I just edit it, and then we just keep using the same FAQ because after 2 challenges, right, and all the great questions here, they're starting to overlap finally. All right, next one. Hey, John, why does your students flirt so much and not sexualize it nonstop like other white dating coaches tells you to? Flirting keeps you on the line. It's kind of like the straight line persuasion of Jordan Belfort, which is far more effective than constant sexualization or what I call half-assed sexualization, which keeps you off the line depending on the women, unless she's 3 out of 10 in looks, which you will filter out by sexualizing it nonstop. So sexualizing it too much triggers the defenses and also makes women feel uncomfortable. especially in day game or higher quality women. Oh no, but their mentality is like, oh, if you want to have sex, then you gotta sexualize it. Nope. Flirting creates an emotional spike and attraction while the interaction is socially calibrated with your body language. Because if your body language is calibrated, you always have that 2.5 points and you also build seduction at the same time, that 45-degree body language. But if you flirt when she talks more, then what was once cold becomes warm and you keep up the social skills flow drill, right? She's funneled to your body language. And then when she talks more again, maybe a couple minutes in, then you flirt again. It's that simple. Now warm become, I mean, okay. Now cold becomes warm. You get it? You do this again, warm becomes hot. You always wanted her hot and wet all the time. It's that simple. But you'll never get there sexualizing it because you'll be rejected so much more than you'll get from going direct. All right. Next question. Hey, John, does this work for night game? While my system is optimized for day game, the principles of social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, and for the tonality can still work in night game. However, night game requires a lower score, 15 out of 35. So instead of 20 out of 35, because there's no social skills that you can do because the music is too loud, and there's no emotional control because of loud music and alcohol. You cannot be relaxed and chill. So that's why companies like ABCs of low self-esteem, Asians, and other people can get laid for night game, but they cannot get laid for day game very often. It was just luck that one time a student got laid in Mexico or Peru. Passport bro with an extra 4 points of value, right, for status maxing. But other than that, they don't get students laid. So that's why Asians are so addicted to night game and listening to strong, good-looking coaches. But that being said, day game offers more consistent results for my students and higher quality women compared to night game. Since you can't talk in a loud nightclub easily, affecting social skills. So that's what Asians love, right? Because they're Asperger's. Plus, you can't have emotional control in a nightclub with alcohol, as I said. All right, that's good. Next question. Hey, John, does this work with women at work or the gym or some other type of scenario? Yes, the hybrid opener algorithm works in any scenario, including work, the gym, or other social settings, is adaptable to fit the context, ensuring that you can approach smoothly without triggering the objections. Whenever it's a casual or professional environment, the opener adjusts to the situation because you have to indirectly ask a question, you transition to an adaptive opener, two observations, and then you make a statements of empathy, how it's random, and then you call out the elephant in the room. I know it's really weird or really random to speak in the gym to you, but I'm gonna do it anyways because I'm a social butterfly. Indirect question, hey, do you know where this section is for the gym? Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. I've noticed you're X plus Y. Are you Z? I've noticed that you're kind of thin, but you're more like slender build compared to the other weightlifters. Are you also doing yoga or maybe CrossFit, right? Hey, I know this is a random question, right? But I used to do yoga or CrossFit before, and I noticed you have that kind of look, right? So I was just curious. You see how you can adapt to any situation, but don't shit where you eat. These days, women films the gym stuff, right? So be careful. But yes, the adaptive or the hybrid opener works in any okay, the hybrid opener works in any scenario, so you never get in trouble. Nothing wrong with asking an indirect question, and you only transition if she's receptive. All right, next question, right? So, just adjusting the seat, but those are good questions. All right, let's see if there's any. Make sure my lips are not chapped. Oh, I should have. Okay, that's good. I don't look as fat as before, right? You can see that after like making a few sales and closing a few people. and they're new students, right? Then you can see that the winner effect, right, slims down the whole jawline, right? Used to be a fat as fuck in the day number 3 or something like. So that's good. So I think that's good for this video, right? Because it's gonna be evergreen, meaning that I'm gonna reuse it over and over to answer the questions. So, all right, next question. But yeah, you can see how winner or loser effect happens, right? It changes your face shape all the time. So, all right, let's continue. Hey, John, why does your students work out to create a V-shaped body? Okay, that sounded stupid. Let me try again. Hey, John, why does your students work out to create a V-shaped body for day game? Well, women are biologically attracted to a small waist and broad shoulders with huge lats, which is the upside down version of their own hourglass figure. Look at women, small waist, big hips. So it fits better in the blazer too, which is critical for the whitewash husband material frame. But of course, you want to avoid dirty bulking or compound lifts that creates this Asian compound Ninja Turtle look, where these short Asians have big bulky arms without any definition, with big dirty bulking bodies and a big ass belly, and they look like Shrek. And when they wear a blazer, they don't do it. That's why they like a t-shirt, because they look like a Shrek looking body. The V shape is a lean, sharp, and high status look. It enhances your SMV or your social market value. Okay. It enhances your SMV or your sexual market value by making you look more attractive and more dominant without the big, fat, bulky bodies that Asian compound Ninja Turtles of the Asian masculinity have. All right. Next question. Okay. I'm just answering like when I made this big list, right? I literally went to every single question, right? And I put them in the order of importance. So this FAQ is pretty cool. So I'm glad there's 5 people here. Thank you for being here, right? Give it a thumbs up. It was good for the algorithms, right? It really is good for the algorithms. So let's ask. Okay, next question. Okay. Hey, John, what is the whitewash husband material frame your students uses for fashion? Well, there are 6 frames. Number 1, the fuckboy frame. It means like quick sex, same day lay guy, but you dress like shit. Number 2 is the boyfriend and girlfriend frame with romantic flirts, and is not effective because you don't fit in the boyfriend and girlfriend frame. Not everyone's a boyfriend material. So therefore, they have to pull women back home and use alcohol and use heavy bedroom escalation. Number 3 is the friend zone or social circle frame. This is like setup game. Unless you have high status for your social circle, this is not going to work. You're going to get friend zoned. My students can get friend zoned and keep up the body language, pull her back home, and still have sex with her. So they're adaptable. But number 4 is the best frame. It's the husband material frame that's whitewashed. The husband material frame, the reason why it's so powerful is because most women wants to get married. You may not think so because of modern women and people get angry at women, but they all secretly, when they get older, they all want to get married and start a family. So most women, besides the ones who are narcissistic, they'll bang like over 100 guys very quickly when they're younger because she has some problems and needs the validation. But most women don't have a high body count. And usually they have around before the pandemic and stuff, the lockdowns and stuff, they usually have around 10 boyfriends or something. And then afterwards, they'll get married with number 11. So they always start with a short guy in high school who's the ethnic because that's all she can get. And then after she goes to university, she's going to get like a 6'4" or 6'5" white guy. And then all of a sudden, the next 4 is going to be like around 5'11" to 6'3" or something. And then eventually, one's gonna be 5'10", then he's gonna go even taller, like 6 foot something. And then when she gets married, he's gonna be around 5'10" or something. He's gonna taper off, right? Because her SMV is gonna go down. So, but the husband material frame makes you skip the entire line of those 10. It puts you number 1 for marriage material. This is how the Asians and the Indians, by being whitewashed in husband material, can bypass all those rejections and not fitting into the boyfriend and girlfriend frame of romantic flirts. So therefore, that's how it works. And that's why my students can get laid in 1 to 6 approaches only, because they're in the husband material frame, whitewash. So that does not create xenophobia, which is the fear and dislike of other people's culture, especially for Asian ethnics that looks Asian wash or Indian wash. So the next frame is the sugar daddy seeking arrangements lead gen frame. I don't recommend this frame at all. And number 6 is the high status or celebrity status frame. Not everyone can run setup game with being a club promoter with a high status or celebrity status. Most people can't do it. It takes a lot of money. You have to be quite rich, even if they claim they were not rich before, but they're richer than most people. And trying to have a nice apartment on top of being a club promoter and all this stuff to raise a status for high status is very, very hard to do. If you're introverted and you're an engineer and you're Indian, you can't do something like that, because if you try to do that, your boss will fire you. If they see you hanging around with a bunch of women in nightclubs, just standing next to them with a big smile and a big grin, that's not going to work. So the whitewash husband material frame is universally effective. And this is what gets 661 laid in poll testimonials. Most people cannot fit into the boyfriend and girlfriend frame, and most people cannot fit into the high status frame anyways, if you're not an entrepreneur and you don't have a boss to deal with. So if you're husband material, right, that's what's going to work. So it's very simple. Okay, it's very simple. Stick to the whitewash fashion all my students uses, and that signals financial stability. You don't have to be rich to look rich and to be whitewashed and to look husband material. And also, this deals with the age objections. For younger women, they like an older guy that has financial stability. So this is why students in their 50s can get laid with women that in their 20s, because they look like they're husband material ready. And this bypasses the age concerns. So if you're getting older, even though you have a good jawline and you're white and you look Chad, but when you go for younger women dressing like you're from the 90s without the husband material fashion, you're going to become a creep. So adaptability. Once you are in a relationship, you can adjust the style afterwards. But during day game, this whitewash husband material uniform, like my army uniform for my students, and hairstyle is like the helmet, and the shoes are like the boots, and the blazer and the shirt and the pants are like your camouflage. And also, you want to avoid the K-pop fashion. Avoid the K-pop fashion because it's too flashy and only appeals to younger white girls with yellow fever. I dye my hair not because I want to look K-pop. I do it because of function. I have a lot of white hairs. I'm not sure if you can see it. That's the only reason why I do it, because you can kind of see the white hairs everywhere. Well, most of my hair is almost white, actually. 70% of it's white. Does not to mimic K-pop trends. All right, let's look at the question. Is your system adaptable to fit individuals, or everyone has to become the same? Well, in my army, everyone has to become the same. A lot of your questions that you have asked me so far, what I've noticed is that you want to feel like you are enough, right? Like RSD, I am enough. I just have to do it once and I should be fine. You almost like burning steaks, right? Like a Wagyu, very expensive. And you're just fucking it up a little bit less the second time when you practice the drills. So you don't practice more than twice. And then you go out there and you just keep burning more steaks. That's your mentality, like a RSD zombie. No offense. Unapologetic, honest. You have this mentality of really like RSD or tall self-proclaimed high leg count guy. You are enough. Don't try too hard. Like none of that shit works. None of that shit works. So by being like in the army, you give women what they want because everything's been field tested and split tested. Only one combination works. Only one hairstyle works. Only one like dress shirt and one blazer works. Only one type of pants work. Only one type of shoes works. And look at Marco, right? Guys start guys quit wasting time, right? Marco, you've been banned for a month for being a zombie. So he's crashing out. But Marco, all his lays, all his multiple girlfriends, right? 5'7" or 5'8" Marco, right? Lazy Marco. All his lays, right? For Latino fuck behavior. are all because he's wearing the same things as all the other students. All his testimonials, right? Most of them, they're wearing the same clothing. If he doesn't do that, then he doesn't get husband material, and then he's gonna look like a Latino wash, and he's fucked because he has a 5 out of 10 perceived natural status. Plus, these days, because of ICE and everything, Latinos do not have a good reputation because now they're designated as terrorists, at least for the migrants. So you never want to have a migrant fashion. And I remember another Latino here, he crashed out. He did not reply to me after getting Elite 30. I told him that you cannot dress like a fucking migrant with a white, I'm gonna get a white t-shirt and jeans, right? No, here's the truth, okay? You are not enough. And that's a great question to ask, right? Everyone wants to feel like they're enough, but during inflation, this is what my Pakistani mentor said, okay? I'm gonna give you something that he taught me. My Pakistani mentor says that, John, when you look at my Prada glasses or you look at my dress shoes, right, that are Prada or Armani blazers or whatever, right? It's the newest one of the season. All the high value women knows this, right? They know the catalog. He says, "Do you think I like any of this stuff? I hate it. But the women that are 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 likes it. I give them what they want. Why make it harder on yourself?" That's what my Pakistani mentor taught me. Why make it harder on yourself? Does that make sense? But a lot of Latinos with a massive narcissistic personality disorder, they always want to feel enough because they're dark tetrad. They're sadistic people, you know, and they're also sociopathic. They're massive fucking narcissists, and they're also Machiavellian. But they doesn't mean they manipulate everyone around them. They manipulate their own perception for their ego. They'll tell themselves that they're enough. I did some good things, therefore I done this in the past. I got a girlfriend. I made this much money. I mean, minus expenses. Come on now. And then they're always stuck. Does that make sense? And they're always broke. But they always want to feel like they are enough, even though they're zombies. So you are not enough. All my students wear exactly the same clothing. They have exactly the same elevator shoe. There is no need to optimize anything. What if you say, well, everyone has different fashion, everyone has a different oh, fuck your fashion. How am I supposed to get the students laid in 1 to 6 approaches, husband material, if you guys start changing the variable algorithm? Does that make sense? You change it, then I can't get you laid in 1 to 6 approaches. And if you don't have a working memory, or you cannot hear in your voice that it sounds angry when you practice the homework because of alexithymia, which is very common for people without like emotional blindness, then that's just going to make it harder. So if you're doing the opposite of what I'm teaching, that makes you an unteachable case. Unteachable cases during the 2025 inflation, I hate to say it, they have zero chances of getting laid. So if you try to half-ass things and try to be a zombie and just like, oh, it's good enough, it's not good enough. You have to be precise. But that's a great question because I'm going to answer it later. All right, next question. Okay. Hey, John, why does your students take supplements for day game? When you can't focus due to ADHD or other hardware issues, right? It increases cortisol levels. It lowers your focus and it ruins your mood. It directly impacts your day game interaction. So without focus, your self-esteem drops into a deficit. When that happens, you risk falling into the low self-esteem patterns. You become delusional. You start half-assing it, becoming lazy. So the lazier you feel, the more lower self-esteem you have. Then you start making poor decisions that fail within 4 months. You realize in 4 months, it's like John was right. I can't believe it. I don't like John, but John was right about everything. And ultimately, you're going to quit. This system is designed to prevent that negative spiral. So by focusing on consistent drills and completing your 30-day challenge, along with a 21-day challenge, and also hearing your audio of yourself or video, telling yourself 40 times what the mistakes are, you stabilize your mood with the supplements, you boost your focus, and you rebuild your self-esteem. That's why ashwagandha is important, L-theanine, and other things for focus. This ensures you stay on track to avoid self-sabotage. It's almost like if it's this old computer, right, with a bad power supply, it's going to overheat. By taking the supplements, you give enough power to the slow brain to go fast. Hope that makes sense. If you're like a zombie, you have to go from zombie to backwards to half zombie, half human. Marco's a zombie right now, but you have to go from zombie to half human, half zombie, and back to a human temporarily. And the supplements will help you do that, make you stack enough wins that you start to raise your self-esteem and lower your ego. You become less lazy, you take more action, you unleash that faster speed of implementation, and you're more accurate. Accuracy is very important. All right, next question. Okay. Hey, John, the soundtrack that it comes with, you use in your videos, can I buy it separately? I get this question a lot. And no, the soundtrack is exclusive to Elite Bundle Resurrections and cannot be purchased separately. All right. So, next question, okay? Hey, John, are Indians still banned from India from training with you? Yes, Indians from India are still banned due to past issues with the inflation and backstabbing. However, I do train Indians from the Western countries as they tend to have a different mindset. Right now, all Indians, they'll pretend to buy something. They won't buy anything because they have no money. They'll waste your time. Also, they'll backstab you if they start getting laid with your coaching. At first, they'll go from a depressed gear and then they'll go into the lower self gear, like lower self esteem. They'll start acting sneaky and stuff. And then when they reach the backstabbing gear, the lowest gear, they're going to start to stonewall you, ignore you. When they start ignoring you, they're going to stab you in your face before they stab you in the back. And then when they fail and everything, they go back into depressed gear. That's an Indian person. Unless they need you, they'll be nice to you, but they cannot wait to stab you in the back, just like Filipinos always stab everyone in the back. So there's no higher self gear, the top gear. So that's how Indians are like, but they're always procrastinating whenever they're in the depressed gear because of ADHD. So I'm not going to train Indians from India. They have too much ADHD to leave the country. If they cannot leave the country and they're stuck in that place, and that place does not look good. I just saw a video recently of a guy that says India is bad, do not come here, right? And then he made a sequel to it. And it's just nothing but piss in the streets, smells like shit, and people are just constantly scamming you when you ever use a taxi or rickshaw. If you're a foreigner, that place is not exactly a good place or good mindsets. People from India are just nothing but scamming each other and trying to backstab each other and counter each other so they don't backstab each other. Does that make sense? They have counter backstabbing strategies. That's crazy, right? But I know this stuff because I taught so many Indians from India. They're all banned since 2022. As soon as the inflation hit, they all bench coded and they all mentally self-destruct. And now they're not even able to focus. They have no money. And these people are scumbags. And I do not say the same thing of Western Indians. They are not scumbags, they're good people. But the ones in India are all bad people. There's not a single good Indian from India. And the tariff right now is even worse. They're going to turn into total zombie. So please do not ask to train with me. I don't want your SEO services for my website. I don't want to trade coaching for some other bullshit. Fuck off. All right. That was kind of mean, but let's next question. Hey John, what is the mindset playlist and why is it so important for their coaching? That's a good question. The mindset playlist includes 26 audios. Okay, the mindset playlist includes 26 videos designed to reset your mental filter. Is on a YouTube playlist that is secret. Each video has 10 takeaways that you're supposed to write. The problem that you encounter after a week or two will be connected to the takeaways. And obviously, for your takeaways, you don't actually try to just use the transcription from YouTube and copy and paste. You got to put in your own words and connect them together because I'm going to give you a bunch of things that you have fucked up with. I'm going to give you a bunch of things you have messed up with. And you're going to place them with blue letters at the end. And these will be converted to a text to speech audio. You have your own MP3 with your own name on it. So every time you listen to it, you'll hard reset. People like Latinos, right, that are on teachable cases or half Latinos, they'll never make it to the point where they upgrade the mindset playlist to include the other stuff, which is what their problems are because they have a massive ego for unteachable cases. But skill set without mindset will lead to upset. You are not enough. You go slow and you'll procrastinate and you cannot hear your mistakes. And you're just going to reinforce the loser effect. Get more of a double chin. Like you're going to lose more hair and you're gonna get skinny fat. It's crucial during the tough times, like the tariff, that as many people, they always crash out emotionally every single week now. Before it was maybe crash out once every single month. Now it's every single week. I'm just wondering who is the next person that's going to lose their mind. Marco just crashed out recently because he got banned for not doing his homework assignments. So who's the next person? Well, your other classmate, right? The Vietnamese and Chinese guy that has no facial expressions. He just crashed out. Who's the next person to crash out? It's just one crash out after another, lots of bans. When they get banned, they come back, they're more refreshed. But if they don't change, they get moved to a different program. So, all right, next question. Hey, John. Okay. So, okay. Ready? Okay, set, go. Hey, John, why do you change your training methods every single year? Actually, I adapt my training methods to meet the challenges of the times. Major milestones like the pandemic and then the 2023 to 2024 inflation, and now the 2025 inflation and Donald Trump tariffs. They all require adjustments to ensure students continue to succeed. Each year brings new obstacles, and I refine my system to help the students overcome these barriers effectively. So for 2025, the focus is on masking the cortisol traits caused by the economic stress for the winner and loser effect. Your facial expressions, your congruency, and the state of your mind directly affects your tonality, the words you use for your overall emotions. If they're incongruent, for example, like a student was asking me, why does everyone else tell him he looks like a serial killer for his normal face, his neutral face? This can derail your progress. To counteract this, I've introduced methods like having students record their mistakes, they pin them on the WhatsApp, they replay it 40 times in a row, and this repetition builds stronger habits. It compensates for their lack of working memory due to the cortisol for the winner and loser effect. And this ensures long-term consistency over short-term intensity. Okay, next question. We're gonna get through this, right? Because I'm getting kind of hungry. So I didn't drink any. Okay, what percentage of students in 2025 are unteachable cases, John? Well, in 2025, right, it's getting itchy. I fucked that one up. Let me try again. So before 2025, right? Perfect system was not required. Um, it's not about perfect system. It's about perfect student, right? That's a good question. So if people are turning from humans, right, during the pandemic, they're still humans, right? When it was around 2022, people were still humans. Okay, inflation. Does that make sense? Unapologetic, um, be honest. But when 2022 hit, right, people got strangled, but they're not. They can still breathe, right? And then when it's 2023, right, the longer you get strangled, the more they turn into zombies, the more they cannot breathe. In 2024, they suffocate. Does that make sense? So that's the inflation time. And then now they didn't have to be perfect, but they had to do their assignments because they have a working memory. They're half human, half zombie. So in the beginning, they're not humans, right? Up to pandemic beginning. Then after the inflation, they turn into half zombie, half human. Now these days, they turn into full zombie. There's no more humanity. They have no working memory like a zombie. They're delusional. All their senses are broken. The only way to fix this is to repeat the mistakes 40 times in a row for the pinned video that they talk to themselves. Does that make sense? So people are so fucked up this year. It has to be precise. It's not because it's precise, because people, even if they practice precisely, the next day they don't remember. They don't have a working memory, not even a working muscle memory. They're all fucked. So if they're ADHD and they're sociopathic, narcissist, delusional ADHD zombies, like the far left, right? Those types, they'll get so much cortisol, right? They'll crash out. You see people on the far left are firebombing Teslas, right? They're always interfering, even the judges. They think like that. They're a sociopath. So those type of people usually have no empathy or no remorse. That's why they're able to do all these things. They're dark tetrad. But those people are going to crash out hard. So it's not just the students that are crashing out. The far left are crashing out too, all the time. So that's a human psychology. So is that about precision? The reason you ask about why do you keep asking about precision or try and be enough or half-assing things? Do you feel like you're a hard case or an unteachable case or something? and that you're not doing the homework correctly, I wonder where that question comes from. It has to be precise. So people have rotted into zombies. That's why they can't do it as well. It's not because the system is harder or women are like more difficult. Although women are going through cortisol because of the winner or loser effect, because of the tariff, they're affected too. So you have to have more emotional intelligence. That's why the facial expressions mask it. But precision is important. It always was important. It's not because last year it wasn't perfect. It's just that they're able to do the drills. Look at Marco. Last year, he actually shows up to do the drills. This year, he barely shows up more than 2 days or 4 days. He cannot pass 4 days. And then he bench holds and he loses his mind. And then he gets kicked out. He goes loco, right? Like a Latino. I hope that answers your question. Zombies don't practice. Zombies are not, it's not about precision. It's more like, can they actually do what they're being taught? But precision is important. That's a good question. I'll answer it. Okay. So, all right. Let me just say this again. What percentage of students in 2025 are unteachable cases? In 2025, the percentage of unteachable cases has risen significantly. Now it's closer to 50 or 60%, compared to 20% in 2024. This was largely due to the winner and loser effect, where financial struggles from the inflation and tariffs leads to higher cortisol levels in 2025. This results in procrastination, self-sabotage, and a refusal to take responsibility. Common traits of unteachable cases. These individuals often blame external forces. They procrastinate. They sabotage their own progress instead of adapting and following instructions. Unteachable cases are those who refuse to take action. They do the opposite of what I teach. They exhibit delusional mindsets and quit easily without resilience. These individuals often procrastinate. They blame external factors and sabotage their own progress instead of taking extreme ownership and following instructions. So my coaching is designed for serious, teachable students who are ready to follow drills, improve consistently, and take responsibility for their success. Not people that are so broke that they're in survival mode, getting delusional. So if someone feels like they fall into the unteachable case category, it's better to explore other paths like Tinder or Night Game rather than waste time trying to train here. This is not a place that can teach zombies indefinitely if you keep crashing out. So, but good question, right? But that actually matches the FAQ that I want. Okay, next question, right? So we're 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's try and make some good time. And then we'll try end this one early, right? So far, thank you for the likes. This is cool so far. I really enjoyed FAQ. Let's keep going. Okay. I'm gonna push through it. I'm gonna grit my way through this one. Okay. Hey John, if this is only 30% of your game that you have revealed, why are you not releasing everything at once for everyone else? So in 2024, about 20% of the students were unteachable cases. Now in 2025, Donald Trump tariffs, it's closer to 50 or 60% due to the winner and loser effect and how people are emotionally affected by the economic conditions. This is why I change it to the 30-day challenge, then the 21-day challenge, or vice versa. Some students, they start with a 21-day challenge from Elite Tonality Mastery, and they switch to the 30-day challenge of Elite 30. They have to just show up and spend 10 minutes a day now, because if they overdo it, they'll root rot, just like plants. You overwater them, they're going to root rot. But half-assing game techniques isn't enough. If you try to sexualize it, try to use DHV stories or say, "Can I meet you real quick?" and schedule to the house collecting flaky phone numbers. These extra concepts, right, are like Elite 60, emotional mastery, or the 5 element game, secret agent game, the 6 frame strategy, and much more that I have not taught yet. These are secret things I will not release until more time has passed to maintain my dominance in the day game industry. If I start revealing too much of this stuff, right? Like I said, secret agent game, what is that? Or the 5 element game, 6 frame strategy, emotional mastery stuff like the external brain. If I start teaching too much of this stuff and other dating coaches copy, but they don't copy because they're narcissists, they think they know everything. So that way I can always maintain my number one spot number one in the day game industry. If I review everything, right, other people start to learn this stuff. That's why I keep it at 30%. Even if I teach the social skills flow drill in the future, that's only 40%. I want to keep the other 60% for myself. I'm sorry, but you don't need all 100% to get laid. If it gets harder, then I'll add more. No problem. No problem. Uh, Um, is social comfort different than connection in day game? Okay, so first of all, that's a question. Social comfort is like a Justin Wayne thing, right? And emotional connection, it is different. But I don't use the word social comfort. It's not important for social comfort. It's not because you're using game strategy and trying to use social comfort, like basic social comfort. Because you're hunching and you're like, hey, I just want to say high five. Oh, you gotta have hug for that. Go for a smoothie, right? It's the healthiest juice bar. That's right. So, anyways, let's hold hands over here, right? I like you. Do you like me? Same dageology. No, fuck that Justin Wayne shit, right? Oh, and now you can have hug for that. We're level one now. Oh yeah, yeah. No, fuck that shit. So when you think about that, it doesn't matter. What you need instead is the first principles of naturals. You need to have perfect social skills, flow drill. Shit, I just got closer. So that way, when you do that with the perfect social skills and body language, then you'll raise the points and she'll talk more. She'll create her own comfort. Okay. How much of your game is derived from mystery method? How much of your game? Zero. Because there's no like fucking um open attraction building, right? Comfort, and then seduce at the end, and then lay. I don't follow that model because that's very rigid. All systems follow that model. That's why they cannot get lay testimonials or they use the RSD model. I don't follow that. There is no like, okay, now you can only build all attraction in the beginning. It's all adapted. It's like natural. When she talks more, you can flirt more. When she's off the line, you can tease. But that's the thing I'm saying to answer the earlier question. It's like the social skills flow drill, right? Instead of massive social comfort, if you have a social skills flow drill triangle that continually go in a triangle, she'll talk more. When she talks more, she likes you, she trusts you, and be willing to go home with you. Like you, trust you, willing to go home with you. But if you are a zombie like a Latino and you cannot do the social skills flow drill because you can only do one step, not three, then you will not build that comfort because she talks more. It's like the dog that barks more, the more she's gonna like you. Does that make sense? So that's what you want to do. You want to get her talking more, but you can't do that with a zombie flow drill by making statements or questions in between her short answers. So when you have a 45-degree body language instead of squaring off and whatever, you don't have as much cortisol. You build attraction gradually like this upwards. You don't have to do push pose, right? Or DHV stories to spike because most women don't believe short low ethnics DHV stories. They tried it, so it's all eliminated. Validation does not work. It's like a homeless person giving validation. Does that make sense? So if they can keep up the body language and build the seduction and the attraction, and they spike it with the flirting, then overall, if you had to add the volume of water, right? Imagine that's water, right? Like this, from this side of the screen to the other. That's all water here. It goes upwards, upwards, upwards to the insta date. And then in between, you have like flirts that spikes it with water, up, down, triangle, right? Like here, and then over here, and then over here, over here. You add all the water in between all that spikes and all that going upwards, you have more attraction here than you do with just like going like this, hunching, and then using game techniques, push pull. What goes up goes down, get it? So it's very little water left. And then all of a sudden, you do a self amusement and you spike it, and then another challenging, and then self amusement, and then you cocky funny, DHV stories, right? Sexualizing it. These are very small spikes overall. Very little water can fill into this stuff. So in reality, that's why my students can do same day lays and 1 to 6 approaches. This becomes a numbers game by spiking it. So they think, oh, well, if they're spiking it and they're hunching and they're going to basic social comfort because they're zombies. That's why they do that because most of these coaches are former engineers or they're logical. Even Justin Wayne or Mystery is logical because they have Asperger's syndrome. Most of them are former engineers or Asperger's, so they don't understand social skills. And also, the body language builds attraction. The emotional control, the whitewash tonality, also builds comfort. because you fit into her tribe because you're whitewashed. You don't sound like a, hey, I'm a beta Asian, or I'm not like an Indian, right? I'm like so beta and trying to be cocky, funny. It's congruent. So all these things, right, does not require basic social comfort, like Justin Wayne bullshit or stupid romantic sexual flirts. Does that make sense? None of that shit is necessary. That's old fucking stupid mystery method game derivative. These mystery method like systems have no chance. They're gonna get fucking slaughtered. As the tariff gets harder, it's not gonna work because it's built on Asperger's. My one was built on naturals that have perfect social skills, perfect social calibrations, perfect emotional control. All of that stuff equals the right social comfort. Does that make sense? So even if you only have 2.5 points for a game and you try to use basic social comfort for emotions, you don't have any body language and you don't have any fucking social skills. So you're still fucked. It's looks, money, status plus game, but your game sucks. Direct game is not working. And let's just be real here. None of you are getting laid by direct. Not anymore. You're not even getting that 4 out of 10 anymore. Or you're doing like 1,500 approaches. You're not getting that laid anymore. Even for short ethnics, they're trying to do 10,000 approaches. You're not getting any lays. Direct does not work anymore. So this is the only system in town, as long as you're not a zombie. So what do you mean by on the line? So Jordan Belfort, right? The guy from Wolf of Wall Street. Remember Leonardo DiCaprio, right? That guy has a straight line persuasion system, right? So whenever he's in a conversation, that's how Jordan Belfort talks like. Whenever they get off topic, they deviate off the line, then they may be talking about their camping trip or something like that, right? And you don't want to be on the line. So you say, oh, that's wonderful. But anyways, let's talk about this product. Now you're back on the line. But there's a thing with my day game system. Because you're not a zombie, right? Because you have high self-esteem, the zombies cannot see it when the women are not congruent. That's why they look for IOIs. But when you're on the line, if you start giving a direct compliment, already in the beginning of the line, you deviate off the line. Does that make sense? Now you give more validations and you're completely off the line. Now you're off the line, it becomes a numbers game. That stuff does not work without an Instagram close or something like that. You start using London day game garbage because you say, hey, I just come by and say hi because you look very attractive. I know this is random, but I had to come by and say hi because you look attractive. Oh, now I'm self amusement and I'm challenging you. Like, shut the fuck up. That's why most of London are in jail or they're like offing themselves, because they're crazy. But these Asperger like tactics don't work anymore. So that's on the line, off the line. So if they go hybrid opener, they cannot get rejected. So they're automatically on the line. Plus, if they're husband material, they're automatically on the line. Does that make sense? So they're not off the line because they're not giving validations or DHV stories because they don't believe the short Asians. They're not off the line. They're always on the line. When they flirt at the right times, when she talks more, they're on the line. Get it? When she's off the line and she gives attitude, they tease. They're back on the line. And this way, they do it all the way until the bedroom. They maneuver, they sexualize it to the maximum, and then they deal with the looping the sexual objections, and they get laid. So they're always on the line. That means they can get laid in 1 to 6 approaches indefinitely if they have a neural link. That's why I'm focusing on the memory to become a neural link for first principles. I hope that makes sense. So all these game stuff you've been learning with hunching your body language, shitty fashion, and you are enough, making massive approaches, they have zero chance of getting laid. And if they get laid, it's very lucky. It's just luck, you know, of just getting some 4 out of 10 or 3 out of 10. It's just luck. SMVing it. But there's not enough SMV with minus 2.5 points. All right, next question. Hey, John, if your system is so powerful, why doesn't other dating coaches just copy you, teach your game to get nonstop late testimonials just like you? Well, first of all, thank you for saying that. But narcissistic people and their sociopaths, they have opinions as facts. They can't do it or understand it because they're like zombies. Their brain doesn't work. They have Asperger's and they're sociopathic. So they're socially impaired. They don't look like the naturals. So don't be fooled. Okay. Okay. So they kind of look like the naturals, right? But their eyes have a sociopathic death stare for the white dating coaches like this. They're not the same as the naturals. They don't have social skills. They're autistic or Asperger's. They're sociopaths. So even if they try to copy me, their mental filter and their delusions, they cannot understand what I'm saying. Their first instinct is to dismiss everything I'm saying, and they love to smell their own farts. They literally, like Charisma King, will literally believe whatever they say becomes the truth with zero lay testimonials. The guy can run a career just because he's white and he looks like, he might be good at it, but he can get zero students laid, only 3 posts. So that's why it won't work. So I hope that answers your question. They can copy all they want. They just don't understand me. They don't have the social skills or the mental filter. All right. So all those early days you studied game was completely useless. They're completely useless. Yeah. Take you come up with this. Yeah, because when I met my Pakistani mentor, right, a lot of the stuff was zombie game. So I started in 2001 in university, right? So imagine how old I really am. I'm probably like old enough to be your father for most of you. Okay. I just look younger for some unknown fucking reason. I'm just not aging. I was getting fat for day challenge number 3, but I physically do not age. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me, but you know, I could indefinitely do this forever because I look like 23 or something forever, 24, depending on how much weight I gain or not. But I am the original gangster. I start before Mystery. I started before Ross Jeffries in 2001. Mystery and Ross were 2003. I'm 2001. I'm original gangster. All the early stuff, NLP stuff, I learned like the Ross Jeffrey kind of shit. None of it worked. I didn't even get laid in university. I got my head kicked in. I got curb stomped. All the earlier direct game stuff did not work for all those years after 2001. I've been through hell. I've been through so much mental trauma from game. I have lost my mind. I've lost my, in the beginning, I lost all my emotions. I lost all the other stuff. I've changed. I don't like talking about it because it's very painful. I did so many approaches. I've probably done close to like 40,000 approaches. Like, talking about makes me sad. And the only thing that worked right before was the aeroscience. And when I met my Pakistani mentor, the naturals, right? And I start meeting all the other naturals, then everything changed because nothing they teach was exactly, nothing was the same as the zombie game. It was all bullshit. So the best way to think about it was all the early stuff was like a golden nugget, right? You have to learn, like, let's say Todd V, right? Everything was bullshit. But maybe you might learn one golden nugget. You look backwards for 2 seconds before you stop. All of Todd V stuff was just fucking bullshit. So all dating coaches only have golden nugget. So I started collecting like over 50 golden nuggets because I learned every system. Gold nugget. It still will equal some gold. Does that make sense? But it's not enough. When I learn from the naturals, it's like a gold bar. Whenever I learn from other dating coaches, it's like a fool's gold. It's like a bronze coin or something. It barely works without alcohol or heavy bedroom emasculation. It's all bullshit. You know, it's all bullshit. It's all either a numbers game or mass approaching, or else using alcohol or some kind of like clout maxing Instagram game. There's always some kind of crutch. Most of the people, the pickup artist community, are getting women that are 5 out of 10 or 4 out of 10. That's a secret. They don't show you. They don't tell you. And my students are getting like way above. So that's the naturals. Until I met all the other naturals, this stuff for my low SMV does not work. And the only thing that does work is maneuver, sexualized objections looping. So when you look at my infields or the earlier stuff, they only use aero science, all of them. There's no other game system that works for me in Vancouver because my SMV is so low here. Women are automatically turned off because there's too many fucking Asians everywhere. These Asian carps everywhere. No offense to the Asian carps up there. We have so many Asians in fucking British Columbia that you barely stand out as you're a negative stereotype. So you have to be perfect social skills, perfect everything, and the aero science is the only thing that works. It's kind of like playing Street Fighter, right? Like an old video game back in the day, but you're playing the arcade at the most highest difficulty. So now you put the stars all the way up to like 8, right? The hardest one. You get your fucking like head knocked in. I'm not joking. I bang women that are like way taller, way younger, and way prettier than me. And this is the only thing that works. So eventually, if you have to play against a computer that will beat the living fuck out of you every single time, there's only gonna you have to spam like 1 or 2 different things, right? In this case, 3 things: maneuver, sexualized objections looping. Nothing else works. Phone number closes will all flake in Vancouver if you don't same day late. So that's the important thing. Unless you're like my Pakistani mentor who has perfect social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, and perfect game and high value. Unless you're like him, right? Like supernatural, that's the only thing that works. He can get all the other women and stuff. That's tough. But for me, this is the only thing that works. It's like playing Street Fighter, so difficult. And eventually you're going to adapt. You're going to find out that you try like 10 different moves or 20 different moves, they all fail. One of them works. That means I can transfer that one move, right, to all of these students and get lay testimonials. So I put myself through a what they call field test, right? Because I have low SMV. You might say John's decent looking. He has an okay face. Women don't see that over here. They don't see that in Vancouver. They see me as that fucking like those damn fucking Asians, right? Oh, another Asian. They just think of you another. They think you're part of the background, right? Invisible. They grew up in school. Bunch of Asians they ignored for all these years. Go to university. They don't even exist. That's Vancouver. It's not a friendly place towards Asians, which is great because the difficulty has made it show me exactly what works. So whenever I teach students, they get like over 100 something lays or many lays because they're using a bit of my stuff. So I myself, because of my low SMV, 5'7", height matters a lot in Vancouver for some reason. It matters so much. So if you're like 5'11", like it's easier. So yeah, I've been through a lot. I've been through 35,000, 40,000 approaches. I have a lot of trauma from it, and I'm fucked. But my sacrifice for my sanity equals 661 latent poll testimonials. I don't like talking about it, but I then eventually, once you start field testing, I started split testing to see what works. When I started teaching direct game, right, in 2012, the only people that got laid were white people or 6'4" Indians. So I knew height was very important. That's why I learned. So I've been through a lot. So after the field testing stage, I teach them the stuff. I want to test every single style. I started teaching direct game in the beginning. So I have a lot of experience with direct game. I taught natural and direct. I taught direct. I taught structural direct. I taught London day game direct. I taught simple pickup style direct. I taught every fucking direct game. And the fucking Chinese people, the Asians, right? The short little ethnics, none of them got laid. From 2012 all the way till 2000, like until 2017. Most of the Asians got their fucking head kicked in. They still were my students, but very rarely did they get laid. And I know this sounds awful. Like, what kind of fucking horrific torture was this for the other Asian students? So you're saying that rec did not work? They got their fucking teeth kicked in, and then Jan Lifestyle would be like, "You guys got to be natural and direct, like Julian Blanc." None of his students got laid. He has zero late testimonials for Daygame for Jan Lifestyle. That's how Vancouver is like. It's a kill zone. When a student flew over here and he say, "John, I don't see any PUAs here approaching," because they're all fucking dead. They're all giving up because of the inflation and the tariffs. Like, what the fuck? They're so fucked. So only my students, and that's why they didn't have as much Asian students from. Like, I'm just telling you guys the truth here. The split testing was crazy. I tried every fucking style, and the only thing that works is the same thing: maneuver, sexualized objections, looping. If you can same day lay with that, then your phone number is not flake. There's only one fashion, unfortunately. There's only one blazer. There's only one dress shirt. There's only one haircut. I try everything. You know how many fucking shirts do I have? Every combination I've tried, right? But what role do you play in day game? I'm the general for my army. So without me, right, they will not know what to do. I have the most students laid in the world because of all the naturals and all the gold nuggets and all the gold bars. My role in this is the general that leads my army to getting laid. I try every combination. You don't know how many clothing I have. I'll show you here. Okay? Every fucking combination of clothes. I have blazers of every single color. I've tried like these kind of dress shirts. I have blue blazers, I have white blazer, I have gray blazers, I have every blazers. This is my signature Asian style John Elite jacket. I have ones with hoodies and all these fancy shit. I have every single clothing in existence. I have leather jackets. I've tried every fucking combination, right? See that? I have jackets that is like Andrew Tate kind of snake-like jackets, right? I have these like super dry Japanese jackets. I have white blazers. I have leather jackets. We can see the leather jacket here, but I literally try every fucking combination. I'm the sacrificial lamb. Like, holy shit. Let me put it back here. It's quite heavy. Not only that, I also have like high fashion from Zara. I have like a lot of high fashion stuff, some really weird looking stuff. If I did not do this, right, and try every system in the world and be the sacrificial lamb and be the Moses, I am the Moses that leads my fellow Asians and other autistic PUAs to the promised land to get married and to grow the tree of life for Jesus. That is what my mission is. Because afterwards, when they die and they don't have their autism or Asperger's or their sociopathy, then they have their empathy and they realize, oh shit, they've been robbed from the ability to procreate. I give them that because Jesus has granted me this gift of being the world's best day game coach. If anyone says, "Oh, I'm a better," no, you're not. I fucking can destroy you. I have like 60 fucking unreleased late info testimonials. Come on now, you have no chance. You have no fucking chance against me. I can brag all day, but that's my role. I'm the Moses of day game. I never asked for this. But when I made Elite 30, right, Jesus said to me, just like Moses saw a fire in the plant, right? It says, Moses, right? You will lead your Jewish people to like the promised land. He doesn't want to do it. When I first made Elite 30 from hard case to hero, Jesus was like, from hard case to hero. I was like, what? What the hell does that mean? It has to be called from hard case to hero. I tried to change the name to social skills. Nobody bought it. It has to be from hard case to hero. I was like, okay, fine. We'll call it like whatever 30 from hard case to hero. Okay. And it's sold like crazy. Hard case to hero, meaning that they go from hard case to human. I didn't come up with the name. I don't know what it means to this day. I think it means that. But I but that's the name that Jesus wanted. And this product had to be made. So whenever a students get late, it's almost like the manifestation index. When I deal with unteachable cases, right? They make me frustrated. They affect my thoughts and feelings for manifestation. But whenever it's cleared, the students automatically get late. So I have to keep my mental filter clear. That's why I don't like root rotting zombies for students. I ban them. And then other students will get late. But yeah, there's a spiritual side to this game too. I hope that makes sense. And I'm here to help people in the tree of life. A lot of autistic people during the 2025 inflation are going to get stuck. So if some of you can still use Tinder, okay, more power to you, or Night Game. But some of these students I'm teaching have no SMV. They can't even do Tinder and get any matches or any dates. There's that low in SMV. But yeah, I've been through hell. Your testimonials really demolish every. Oh, it's not even fair. It's just 12 naturals. My Pakistani mentor. You should see his girlfriend. She looks almost like a CG character. She's so pretty, big eyes, blonde chick, Polish chick, big tits. Like she's better looking than Andrew Tate's girlfriends, all of them, all the trafficking victims. Like I was like, what the fuck? And she was at the mansion too. He showed me the pictures. That doesn't make any sense. That is the type of game I'm learning from, mentor from. So that is probably the best way to do it. Not tall self-proclaimed high late count coaches. They can barely get 1 or 2 late testimonials a year for day game. You know, of all their students, of all their popularity, where the fuck is it? The whole day game industry is like Asperger's. But yeah, we got off in a tangent, right? These are good questions, right? But we got off in a tangent a little bit. But I've been through too much hell and back. I'm broken, but I've been rebuilt to be like Moses of day game. That's who I am. The general, the Moses of Daygame. Let my people go for ABCs of attraction and all these other queefing canceled Casanova. Let my people go. Stop holding them hostage to fucking muscle game and Asperger's and Latin shithole countries. Let my people go. All right. Next question. So if the student wants to get laid, why don't they just use Tinder or Night Game instead? Okay, that's a great question. For some of my Asian and Indian students, Tinder is completely useless. They literally cannot even get a date. The algorithms favor the top 20 or 10% of men. And if you're not naturally high status or good looking, you're invisible. But these days they have AI and stuff for Tinder to even the odds. But even using good pictures taken with a photographer or AI. And as for nightclubs, it's even worse. Many of my students who are Asian washed or Indian washed, the women turns their back on them in less than 20 seconds. And they have constant mental, like, what do you call it? They get constant mental trauma from the rejections. You can hear it in their voice. They get post-traumatic stress disorder. This is why day game is the solution. It works in sober, real-world environments. It gives consistent results without relying on looks or status. Okay, next one. Hey, John, you are a tough coach. Why are you so tough on the students? Because discipline equals freedom. Many students, okay, sorry, let's try it. Because discipline equals freedom. Many students approaches day game like cooking a steak. They think they can just wing it and makes mistakes and then hope it turns out it's okay, burning a little bit less each time, these expensive Wagyu steaks. But my system is more like baking. It requires precision to raise your 2.5 points in social skills for social calibrations and emotional control, especially if you're a minority. You can't afford to be imprecise. Every detail matters, and mistakes can cost you the results that you're working towards. So when somebody was asking you about, do you have to be so precise to get those 2.5 points extracted? You have to be precise because if you're imprecise, you might get 0.5 points. And when you have lower value, like me or my students, every single last precise points counts. You depend on it, you fight for it just to have it in your neural pathways. This is why I emphasize extreme precision and discipline training to keep you on the line. If you're half-assed the stuff and you're delusional and you're unwilling to follow the process or the system, or you're quitting when it gets tough, you'll never cross the 20 out of 35 points threshold. My coaching isn't for zombies who think doing something half-assed once is enough. It's for students who are ready to practice every single movement, every single word. Well, not words, but the way you say it. And every behavior becomes second nature, like an algorithm, like you're training an army. Imprecision isn't an option. If you're not ready for that kind of level of commitment in 2025 and you feel like you're a zombie, this program is not for you. But if you are, the student results will speak for themselves. Okay. So, hey, John, I have a random game question for you. Okay. So, for random game questions, book a strategy session with me or a consultation call. And I can find out what your issue is in 15 minutes, or I can answer your question for the strategy session. I may pitch my stuff to you afterwards. You know, it's win-win that way. So, okay, there's a question here. Winging it is one of the worst advice. That's how RSD works, right? Winging it. It's almost like ads, right? The RSD strategy. My one's like high ticket sales. I have a 90% close rate on the phone. So if you get on the phone with me on the sales call, you'll buy my stuff. And it's not to brag because I'm a dating coach and I'm the world's best day game coach. I will close every single one of you on the phone. People don't even get on the phone with me. They just text me and buy. But that's how good I am on sales call. That's a high ticket closing mentality. Closer. However, with tall self-proclaimed high lay count coaches, they're more about the ads mentality, right? They always think about ads. If they can push a volume a bunch of students, maybe 2.5% of them may actually get laid. If they do enough approaches, a huge volume, maybe 2.5% of them will lead to a lay, at least in their mentality. So they have an ads mentality. But if they're popular, that 2.5% will still give them the current testimonials, but it's not impressive because they're only filtering out Tinder stuff or just positive YouTube comments. Very few actual pickup laid testimonials. You rarely see a student get laid for pickup, no matter how popular they are. There's no solution there because that's just the nothing but former engineers, Asperger-like mentality of logical people that don't understand social skills, social calibrations, emotional control like the naturals. Right. Next question. That's a good question, by the way. So in case I missed the question, right? Is okay. What do you think about winging it and just mass approaching? Okay, I'll just cut that part into the earlier part. Okay, I'll just move it around. Okay. Does the system work forever, or do you have to continue to use drills forever, John? Well, the system, it works even if you stop practicing, but like martial arts, skills need to be maintained, or at least you have the memory of it. Practicing drills ensure that you have a working memory, like a muscle memory. You stay sharp and you avoid falling into bad habits. This isn't about state pumping like RSD. It's about mastery. That that's why you're stuck, because if you're lazy, it's like planting a seed. So when you're watering it on a daily basis, you're germinating it. Sometimes it takes a while, like a week or two or three to get the drills down. But eventually everyone sprouts off the ground at a different time. If you're very changeable, like some of the superstar students, the seed will sprout. So you will fail probably for the first 3 weeks. You feel like, why am I repeating myself? But when it sprouts and you start getting dates and you're pulling women home, then I teach you the arrow science and then you grow the big plant. Does that make sense? The big plant is how that's your lay. But some people can grow like a small tree. They get many lays or a bigger tree. But when they get narcissistic and they think they're a god, they don't need to practice the drills anymore. They stop watering the tree. The tree, although they'll get 3 more lays, exactly 3 more, due to the residual practice of the roots in the water, then it'll dry up and they're stuck for like 1.5 years. And they have to come back and say, I'm sorry, I messed up. It's, or else they'll end up with a girlfriend like many other people, or get married. They just settle at that point when it rots. At the very best, they get 3 more lays. They feel like they're a god. They marry that third lay, or they stay with the third lay after that. It always happens. So, yeah, that's the thing. However, for nonstop lays, to grow the plant, the small tree, you have. 1 second. Okay. Okay. So, however, for nonstop lays, the plant grows into a small tree, which requires constant maintenance of watering it. In this case, the drills. This is why I have 661 latent pole testimonials for Daygame. This debunks the short-term intensity methods of mystery methods or RSD methods, which doesn't work anymore. You need long-term consistency. All right. That answers most of the questions I have, right? Of the FAQ section. We're just gonna play one more section and we'll move on from there. Okay. So thank you for being here so far. But we're gonna go to the next section. I'm gonna stop the video, right? It's gonna get too long. If it gets too long, then I like to build like in the video section, maybe 3 videos extra. So we'll go like that was really good. I really enjoyed that. So um let's just quickly go through the very last one, right? How do you save money for the coaching, right? And what's happening. So last month, okay. Okay, the person's asking a question. Thank you for sharing. I won't share. Okay. He's seeing that student, right? Take care of your shoulders. Thank you very much. So I'm just showing him the old man, right? And he didn't say I cannot share that pics. Okay. Another Latino student also bought. Okay. Do you ever plan on starting a family? That's a good question. For me personally, I will start a family later on when I get a little bit older. I'm probably just gonna impregnate some kind of Ukrainian or Russian chick, and then just skip out on her life. And at least I procreated. That's what my plan is. I don't want to raise the kid. I won't make a good father. I'm kind of, you know, I'm not the nicest person, and I don't want them growing up being yelled at. So that's the thing. I'm just gonna skip out, disappear, not pay child support. Now I'm just joking. Don't take this as like, as a statement of fact, but maybe later on, but not right now. Right now, I have no plans to start a family. And even if I don't, right? At least my students could, like Moses, right? Moses does not have to partake in the tree of life wherever they lead them to the promised land. Moses died right before he reached Israel, or so so that could happen. But I'm the day game Moses, and all these testimonials are my miracles splitting the Red Sea. That's why I should call myself the day game Moses. So, all right, I'm gonna play a video, and I'm gonna play at double speed. Okay, I made this video last 5-day challenge. So this current outfit you're wearing or any other videos will not work in the field. This one will work in the field, right? I can't go into details. And also have the pants over there, all this stuff. They're all secret. But the other ones right now, I wouldn't. The other ones are more for YouTube. So if you try and copy those ones, those are just for me making videos. I only day game with one outfit. I don't even wear this watch. I wear this one. It's the exact algorithm. I don't fuck around with the algorithm. I've tested every combination. There's only one. But like I said, I like to have different variety of outfits for YouTube, so it doesn't look like the same all the time. But this is the same shirt I always wear, the same blazer, same everything. I don't fuck around with the algorithm. So, all right, let me try to find a video. Okay, video section. I only got 9 views, right, for my day. No, it cannot be 9 views. Well, this is the video section, right? Maybe that's for the day number 4. That's not good. So let me see content, videos. All right, so okay, here's the video. Let's play it. I get it. A lot of people. And your first step, are you struggling to save? Okay, so a lot of things, right? When I made this video last time, I will play it here. I think a lot of things changed from the tariff. And to the very first time I made the 5-day challenge, it was April the 2nd, 2025. I thought the tariff was going to happen, but Donald Trump took away all the tariff and saying he's going to pause it for a few months. But there are some countries that are still hit with tariff, including Canada right now, really badly. Okay. China is hit super hard. But the advice I was giving for April for how to save money, all that stuff has gone out the window. Now the advice to save money is going to be different. I'm going to critique it. Let's play it. For elite bundle resurrections. I'll go for it. A lot of people are panicking right now, thinking they can't afford it. But here's the truth. The tariff has been paused for 90 days. People are freaking out over nothing. There's going to be a golden age for it after this. It's going to thrive. Gold won't get really rich. This is not the time to quit. Go rich. Give up on yourself. This is the time to play down and see yourself like you're investing in gold. This is really important because in my psychic predictions, I've been right about everything except for the Canadian elections. I have like a 97% prediction rate that's correct so far. So I even documented many months ago, half a year ago. So you can look back at the old stuff. But my prediction is that in the United States, the tariff will last until the end of the year. But the economy is going to spike up dramatically after that. It's not going to be a recession. So we already have one negative GDP quarter. The next GDP quarter is not going to go down. It's going to go a little bit up. So there's no recession. However, money is going to be tight. That's why I'm making a financing plan. But the video about the tariff, things change already in 1 month. So Elite Bundle Resurrections is, which is an investment. It's your ticket to mastering day game and transforming your dating life. Here's the best part. You need to see the full $900 rate during the launch. Just pay started. So the original launch was $900 for early launch. Now it's 935. I was going to say 950, but you should invest right now. It's already May, it's the summer. But if you wait too long, it's like a scorecard. Whenever you go through the winner and loser effect because of the economy, you always want to tell yourself this. This is a big secret. I teach my students how to accept the inflation. Because if we look at the traits, here's the big secret, okay? This is how you do it. If we look at the 7 stages of grief, right? I'm just winging everything right now, but this is why people are so fucked up. There are, number one, you go in shock, right? So every single time, like the economy crashes or some shit, right? You're gonna go into shock. Number two, you go into denial. You try to avoid the inevitable. Number three, you're gonna get angry, right? So that's like 3 football players tackling you. Number 4, you're gonna start bargaining, right? Number 5, you're gonna get very depressed during this inflation, like a lot of my students turning into zombies. Number 6, you're gonna start testing, right? Seeking realistic solutions. And number 7 is called acceptance. Does that make sense, guys? So if you start accepting, whenever I think, oh shit, the Canadian economy is hit very hard. Now we don't have a conservative government. We have this stupid liberal again. I get triggered, right? And then I say to myself, John, I accept the situation that the liberal won the elections. I'm not going to try to fight it. See, once I accept it, my brain lets go. Get it? I'm not tackled by 7 different football players or mentally. Make sense? So that's a big secret. I'm telling you guys. Marco forgets because he's a zombie. Whenever I teach him how to keep calling out and keep accepting, like he's like, oh, there's money problems. A quesadilla costs so much money. He's supposed to say, I accept the quesadilla, whatever, that Mexican food. It's supposed to cost a lot of money during an inflation and tariff. And then he will not bench hold it. Make sense? So you got to keep calling it out. So the whole day, you might call out like 3 or 4 times. So you don't get a double chin. If you don't call it out, right, you go, you look like me on video 3. For the next 2 months, that's it. From 8 to 11, the first goes for $20,000. But even then, you can get to 3 pages of $334. It's affordable. It's very close. Now, of course, how to save music to make this happen. There's a 5 strategy comes in. Reducing the 5 simple, careful, concept, strategy, and we can control of your finances and overcome the chaos that often comes with ADHD. This is just a joke. You don't withdraw your money and put it into, well, that's what Gen Z does. They actually do that because they cannot control their spending on credit cards. Gen Z, their credit cards and use envelopes. But you can use a similar idea of separating money. You can even do this with your bank account. You can have 5 different bank accounts. Every time you get paid, you split into these 5 buckets or 5 bank accounts. Metaphorically, like the 5 envelopes. Picture this. You're on your way to a financial stability, and your first step is building your emergency fund. This trusty envelope is like your safety net, helping you tackle unexpected expenses that life throws your way. Whether it's a sudden car repair, like my students who kept getting car repairs and other things breaking down, emergency funds, or a surprise medical bill. Having this stash of cash will save the day. Remember, it's always wise to. So first of all, like I said, it's going to be 20% in the emergency bucket. This is still working right now. I have taught this over and over to poor people that are always in debt or nearly kicked out of their home. They never fucking listen to this. They always have an emergency, especially Black students, Latinos too. Latinos can take on more credit card debt in the United States, but Black students, one broken car, one something like one setback, they can't afford it. No Black students listen to this. No emergency fund. You need a fucking emergency fund. You need to put 20% of everything you're paid into there. I'm not joking, guys. This is serious. This has saved a lot of people from being homeless. So, roll away 20% of your income into this envelope. The first envelope is your emergency fund. The second envelope is your investment. Now let's talk about multiplying your money. Investing is where it is at, my friend. Allocating 20% of your income to this envelope allows you to grow your wealth over time. Imagine your money working for you, making even more money. It's like having a personal ATM, whether it's stocks, real estate, or starting your own business. Investment paves the way to financial freedom. Envelope number 3, your self-education. Knowledge is power. So investment bucket, a lot of people, right, are saying, oh, I want to put all my money, like this Latino guy was saying, I'm going to put all my money into investments, John. Can you look at the charts for me and stuff like that? Can you, I'm trying, he's getting all complicated. And I said, dude, that's fucking stupid. You should not invest. You should focus on high income skills that brings more money into your job. He does accounting, right? Or something like that. He's a logical Asperger guy. But when they get lazy, they always put all their money into one basket. Indians have to all drop ship, right? All Indians love drop shipping. Oh, but it's in my blood, John. I have to drop ship. Why is it in your blood? Because they're lazy. Then you have other people like Asians or something. They put all their money into the fucking stock market because the more ADHD you are, the 80% will be tied up with something. Or they're tied up into your retirement savings account for the 55-year-old student. Always 80% of your money is tied up into the wrong investment. Only 20% can be tied up of what you earn, not 80%. I'm not joking, guys. This is a big corrective. Like, you guys shift this. Always into something. If it's not drop shipping, it's not this, it's always something else. And the stock market, when it crashed a little bit, there are people that I know that have lost like $60,000 overnight. What the fuck? It's like, for some people, that's like a year of their pay in one day. That fluctuation. And they thought they knew everything. Never ever put more than 10%. Investments are just to store your wealth, but 20% is the most you can do. Focus on high income skills first. Then you can scale your team, right? So for me, I have a lot of tools to scale my business. I have one to make YouTube shorts, although the YouTube shorts don't show up in the algorithm. I have other things like, to help my business. Other tools like video editing. You see my transcription video editor. It transcribes all the video text and I can edit from the text. These are investments. right? Like this is not self-education, this is investments. But I invest in these kind of tech to make my business go faster. I can't just sit there with CapCut and cut every piece at a time listening to it. It's gonna take me like a whole week. That's why I can put out videos in one day. I invest in myself. And I also invest in courses too all the time to learn how to make more money. Whenever something's on YouTube, I mean on the Facebook, right? And it shows up all the time, they're making a lot of money to pay for the ads. I just buy it. It helps my business. My fellow Daygamers, with ADHD, staying ahead of the curve is critical. That's why I dedicate another 20% of my income to self-education. This means investing in books, in courses, in workshops, in mentors, or anything that expands your mind to enhance my high-income skills. Here's a secret. Improving yourself opens doors to opportunities we never thought was possible. So let's turn this envelope into a gateway to success. Envelope number 4, paying the bills. Here's the truth, okay? The inflation would take away all your money. It's so high. It's gonna take away all the money. So the money you save will be bench-holded away because of the inflation. So if you save your money, you're gonna lose your money. But if you spend the money because you're depressed with play money, which I'll talk about, then you become in debt. Get it? There's no way out. The only way out is to invest in your skills. That's why I recommend Elite Bundle Resurrections. You need new ideas. But I invest like crazy. I have a bunch of courses all over here. So for example, here's one course I have over here. Okay. Let me see if I can find it. I just recently invested in 1 year mentoring. And let's see if it's over here. I can just type it in. Okay. So I have this course over here, and they interview people that make like $100 million, $1 billion, stuff like that. Right? It's crazy. So they have a live recording calls and the crazy interviews that they have. Right? Here's Neil Patel. That guy's $100 million for this Indian guy, and they're interviewing him right here. Right? Right here. He's talking. See if it plays. Okay, it's pausing a little bit. Maybe the internet's like whatever, but you can see that this is Neil Patel over here. Let me show you. Right? Bald Indian guy. So that's him giving advice.
And if people are making hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap, it's okay if you make 4 or 5 million bucks. You're small, but that's still a shitload of money. So who cares? Just go after a really big punch bowl and get drunk. Straight game. And so
So I'm learning from all these people making hundreds of millions of dollars or billions. And there's other people in here too. I won't say what this place is, but this is Myron Golden, right? The black dude, right? The spiritual, the ClickFunnels guy. This guy is like, how rich is he? His net worth is probably like, he makes like fucking how many, like 10 million a year or something? A black dude too. So let's play it right here. Yeah, he's a very spiritual guy. This is him
I
talking.
made the shift, started selling, making my offers. I raised my prices and started making my offers to people who need the money. They started buying from me like it was going ass to out. Guess what? It hadn't slowed down yet. So I joined a community where I could discover what my real value was because I really had no idea. Up until that point, I had no idea how valuable all this stuff that I had learned over the years really was.
Wow. Thanks for sharing.
Hopefully I was
I really
helpful.
appreciate it.
So
Yeah,
it was a
it
pleasure.
really was.
Yeah, people are asking these guys questions, and you're like, what the fuck? So I invest in myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand business at all. And this is even recent stuff during the inflation and the tariffs. They even talk about the tariffs. So see, this is Myron Goen, the black dude. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy's like 80 million or something. So I get access to the mental filter. I invest in myself. I'll pay for this stuff. So I don't bench hold away. Without self-education, I wouldn't make money. And I'm still profitable. So I have books like this, for example, on Kindle. You see there's books here. The first one, The Art of Military Innovations, the lessons from the Israeli Defense Forces, right? That book helped me so much. And I used the tactics and stuff to really destroy ABCs and other global game platform scamming networks. Dissolve the problem. This is like manifestation book. When they say no, right? What happens if they say no? How to $10 million. Dollars flow to me easily. Another manifestation book. Ban money secrets. See, I buy it like crazy. The Book of Wealth by Brian Kim, which is on YouTube, right? For accounting. Go to Know. Extra Dimensional. I bought a book about like aliens and stuff. I don't know why, but very good copy in terms of copywriting. You get Living with the Seal. That's like David Goggins, right? Risk Paradox. Here's a bunch of CIA books. Broke to Billionaires, ChatGPT for Beginners, Day Trading Attention, The Psychic Handbook, Seven-Figure Side Hustle, Sales Funnel Sabotage, The Secret Sales Code, Niche Navigator, Business Wealth Risk, Living Off the Grid, Super Something Profitable Ads, How to Make a Few $1 billion, $1 Million Weekend. You see that? I don't waste time. I need to learn. I have a growth mindset in terms of grit. This is why, I'm not getting like fat and stuff or losing all my hair like you guys. I'm always profitable while people are starving to death because I learn. I invest in myself. These things are great investments for me. They matter. But if you guys don't invest in Elite Bundle Resurrections or learn new ideas, then what are you doing with your life? You're going to get liabilities and you're going to waste all your money because you get depressed. Whenever you get depressed, you spend more play money and then you have debt. I invest my way out of a problem by improving high income skills. Does that make sense? So it's like a perfect strategy.
Unavoidable, but with ADHD, managing finances can.
Next one.
Here's a secret.
Paying the bills.
That's why I dedicate another 20% of my income to self-education. This means investing in books, in courses, and workshops.
The next one's paying the bills.
Expand your mind to enhance my high income skills. Here's a secret. Improving yourself opens doors to opportunities you never thought was possible. So let's turn this envelope into a gateway to success. Envelope number 4, paying the bills. Bills are unavoidable, but with ADHD, managing finances can be an extra challenging. That's where our fourth envelope comes into play. Here's the deal. Allocate 20% of your income to this envelope to conquer those pesky bills.
You know what's the problem with paying the bills? Some people, they'll make their ADHD antidepressants paying the bills. I know students or former students that would say, well, I have to spend more money on bottle service. They'll spend over $30,000 on bottle service in the nightclub just to spike their emotions. That's how fucking crazy they are. Or they'll spend it all on something else. They'll just waste money. They'll go back to $0. I've never seen a person bleed that much money for fucking sparklers and some bottles of champagne. What the fuck? And then nearly get kicked out of their fucking place. That's crazy. That's the level of ADHD. When you have ADHD, you can't get anything done, then you feel depressed. You got to spend more money. They call it paying the bills. Oh, that's part of paying the bills because that's my socializing bill. What the fuck are you talking about? Or they'll say like, oh, I got to spend more money on shisha, right? Because I'm socializing. They'll include stuff like, oh, I got to spend all my money on DoorDash because that's part of like eating, right? You could cook your own fucking food. What the fuck? The lazy people has to get delivery so that way they can waste all their money. But those are not bills. You have to budget properly, but budgeting and saving money so you can invest. Does that make sense? You got to learn how to invest. Invest in Elite Bundle Resurrections, guys. It's not just because, oh, John wants to make more money and stuff. No, John needs more fucking students, able-bodied warriors. So that way I can get more late testimonials this year. I'm looking for non-zombies. People are financially well off with grit. John needs his army because the existing army of the reserve unit is rotting away. You see, I still have a memory of all this stuff, reserve unit, all this other stuff. I'm like Donald Trump. I'm still sharp, even though I'm older, because I'm not going through the winner and loser effect yet. I'm not financially affected yet. I'm quite stable.
Without breaking a sweat. Say goodbye to financial stress and hello to financial peace. Here's the 5th envelope. Pay money. That's right. Work and no play. Not anymore, May gamers. We all need to reward ourselves for our hard work and dedication. That's why we reserve 20% of our income for some good old-fashioned play money. Whether it's treating yourself to a fancy dinner, going on vacation, or splurging on a new gadget or new clothes, this is your envelope. It's guilt-free.
I mean, most of you guys, if it's not all in investments, like 80% into drop shipping or some shit, or into his stocks, right, which is all gone, or Bitfuck, then it's going to be all into play money. There's going to be nothing left for the bills, so you become in debt. When you live in the United States, you can absorb a lot of debt, right? You can get away with it. But if you're in other countries, you cannot get away with this stuff. In third world countries.
Fine. You earned it, and if you don't actually spend it by the end of the month, then you have to start all over by the next month. So you're forcing yourself to spend that 20%. So it doesn't have to be all bills. So there you have it.
You see that? Because the 20%, if you spend it and you earn it, then you want to make more of it. These are all secrets. That means if you follow these 5 steps, right? 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, right? Like 5. Hopefully I said that correctly. 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. That's right. Emergency, investment, self-education, bills, play money. You'll never go broke. I've never been in debt before in my life because I followed this. I learned this from a guy who made over $100 million. This concept. It's not like I invented it. I just teach it. And it works. It got people out of homelessness.
The sensational 5 envelope concept, specifically created for day gamers.
So how can you guys not afford $311 for the deposit for Elite Bundle Resurrections for this price before it goes up on the May the 9th? How can you not afford it? It's hardly anything if you follow the system. It's just all excuses because he didn't know any better. And here's the problem. The reason why people are in debt is because one of their parents was always bringing in money and they always lose all the money. So it transfers to you. In the first 7 years of your life, you absorb all the habits from your parents. So that's the thing. My grandfather started Chinese television, Cantonese television in Vancouver and all of Canada. This is not like something I'm making up like a sociopath where you try to be a narcissist gaslighting people. No, he started a television station and a radio station, the biggest one for a Cantonese station. And these fuckers bought him out. They only give him a few $100,000. And they say, we have all the actors, we have all the talent, you have the studio. They brought me to the studio before they got pissed off at me, like, oh no, their grandson is over here trying to take over the place. No, I didn't want to join it. I had to start building magazines and stuff. I was very bored by it. So I just became a dating coach. So that's the thing. But that was back then. You know, my grandfather did start that Chinese television station. His name's not in the Wikipedia. He's one of those founders. You know how these days they have a lot of founders, entrepreneurs, they start a business and they sell the business. It happens all the time. So because I grew up in the first 7 years seeing that my grandfather worked at this place, I also wanted to help the Asians like he was helping the Asians. After he stopped, he became an activist for Chinese causes where he fight against the government. They try to shut down all like Chinatown. They're saying, oh no, these Peking duck and stuff, they're not sanitary because they're not cooked properly with the right temperatures. He had to convince the Canadian government that Chinese people should have Peking duck, and they serve them Peking duck to the government, and then they say, oh, it's all safe and everything, that's fine. So he was like fighting for the Chinese people's causes, the Cantonese. They're not Mandarin. Although I'm like in my earlier ancestry, one of my great grandfathers was like an advisor for a king, but the king backstabbed him and he had to escape from Northern Chinese. That means my genetics is Northern Chinese. My mother is Southern Chinese, like Hong Kong. My father is like Northern Chinese, but the Northern Chinese moved downwards, right? They had to escape from the king because he was about to get executed because the king was getting suspicious of him. He's probably a smart guy. So our family, some of the other family, because Northern Chinese people are tall as fuck. My cousins are tall. They're like 6 foot something or 6'6" or 6'1". I got the shorter fucking Southern Chinese genes, the bench holding genes.
It's filled with 20% of your income, creating a balance in digital financial plan. So whatever you get paid, it's 20.
Right.
Ready to fund overwhelming tickets for your purchases. Live life on your terms. Find 500 concepts today and offer financial change. Step number 1, DeFi. Bank account into 5 accounts. Step number 2, split every paycheck into 5 pieces. Millionaires don't do this. Step number 3: the more you earn, the more you can spend for the play bucket. Day gamers, their play money is almost 90% of their budget. You can't go past 20% for each time you get paid. Most ADHD people ignore this. They get into debt. They don't want to spend for education to earn more of a side hustle to a normal job because you're lazy. So that bucket doesn't exist for you guys over here. The self-education bucket. It has to exist. You have to learn high income skills. Sometimes you got to read books. It's cheaper. The library's free. Then you can buy cheap courses. Then you can buy more expensive courses if you want and get mentors. But one thing at a time. I told this guy, it's like a bridge. Sometimes the reason why he sucks at these skills is he may be good at one thing, that made him 10K, but he was not good at ads. He was not good with copywriting. He was not good with saving. He was not good with this. He was not good with sales. He was just good at one thing. He can build a 20 on 35 bridge. Sometimes you need to learn so much skills for your self-education.
Yeah, this one guy, right, crashed out 11 inner circle, and he bench-choded. I told him that there's something wrong with his sales because I could still close deals, right, and he cannot. He's getting less leads, right? What worked for him last year, right? He was just getting nonstop leads, and I told him to get a side hustle. He didn't listen to me, so that way he can get some money coming in. He just dismissed me, and he cannot close any more deals, and they give him less leads, right? Like one of those high-ticket closers. I taught him. He got kicked out of his friend's apartment, this white guy, and he became homeless. And then I taught him exactly what to do. He moved to a Latin country, shithole country. He saved the money. He made all this money. That's like all the money he saved is how long he can live. And now he's fucked during the tariffs. And then he dismissed what I had to say. In the middle of Elite Tonality Mastery, he crashed out right on the video talking about the problems with the zombies. That's the very first video. He benchoed it so hard. And then he started giving me suggestions on what to teach for Elite Tonality Mastery when I have 661 latent poll testimonials. I called him out. And then he tries to shift the blame, saying, well, John, you're a bully. Or he didn't say that, but they usually do that when they crash out. And then they try to shift the blame on me that you're not open minded. They always say that. It's never their fault, these sociopaths. Now he's going to be homeless again. Fuck him. But that was who I was talking about that was making like that much. One skill, right? If you don't have all these other skills, they're very important to learn everything. I can't run the business without all these skills, but I'm not using optics like the other white dating coaches. Well, a little bit optics, but they just stand next to women and nothing happens. No same day late from open to sex. It just ends in a cab, and they're making nonstop money. They're making so much money being part of the global game platform scammers. They just have false authority. It's like an ESPN. Does that make sense? Like ESPN. They're just pretending to shoot the ball in the hoop. And then they just like that. ABCs, right? Nothing happens. They just pretend that they're pulling or pretend that they have like something or approaching. Nothing happens. And then all of a sudden, people trust them because they're interviewing them like they're experts. Yet people like me have to get so many students laid. I got 56 laid in poll testimonials last year. This year I have a few already. So
Entrepreneur should be out there doing it while you're studying, but you need to learn enough skills to connect everything. This concept of 5 envelopes fortified. Are you drowning in the sea of debt, feeling overwhelmed and exhausted? How to pay off your debt efficiently and tackle it head on, even if you feel like your mental resources.
yeah, a lot of people are broke or they have debt. Broke means you're at zero paycheck to paycheck. Debt means like Latino minus like 5K figure debt. So I'm going to teach you here on how to pay off the debt.
No, wait. Just put notepad and let's get started. Section 1, conquering overwhelm. Dealing with debt can be a real nightmare, but don't fret because here is the first secret to success. Break it down to smaller, manageable pieces. Is facing the biggest debt monster right away. Start with the smaller pieces first. Always go for the one that gives you the most profits. Why? Because conquering these smaller.
Okay, that may not make any sense to you, right? But if you have a debt, right? Imagine it's like a big glacier, right? Like a huge one, right? You don't take on a too big of a piece. You can't, oh, I'm going to pay like a big piece. Then you're never going to start. You don't take on a small piece because you emotionally feel like, oh, I might as well just hold on to the money and earn more. You take off a big chunk first, right? The first chunk, something that sizable that gives you a little bit of confidence is emotional thing to pay off the debt. That's why I teach the students. So maybe let's say you owe like a Latino amount, right? 20,000. You don't just pay like a 10,000 amount. You will never do it. You might start with like you might feel good with maybe 2,500. Does that make sense? You chop off that part first, okay? Then you get the emotional spike, the confidence that you can do it. Okay. So do you enjoy YouTube streaming more or coaching? I don't enjoy YouTube streaming at all. I like coaching more. I only do it because I have to. If I'm not on here right now, I will not build my army. Does that make sense? And that's why I want more people to join Elite Bundle Resurrections. I believe maybe 3 more people is going to join by the end of this. It's going to be like end of May the 9th. That's when the price will go back up. I believe there's going to be three or four more people that's going to join. You might say, well, right now there's only a few that joined. Yeah, I believe 3 or 4 more is going to join, or they're going to upgrade. I fucking hate being on YouTube Live. No offense, but I like talking to you guys, right? My fans. I hate YouTube Live so much. I fucking hate editing videos. But whenever I have to pay people to edit videos, they take like 5 or 6 days. They don't give a fuck about you. I have to do it myself. I hate the marketing part of my job. I don't want to be I don't want to do the marketing, but if I don't do it, I can't get new students. I fucking hate every second of it. I'm not a marketer like the other global game platform scammers where boot camps are the market. I have to do it. I hope that makes sense. Thank you for asking that question. I fucking hate marketing. That's why I'm not even like a marketer. I just tell people the truth and they get laid because they're enlightened. You tell them so much of the truth, they know how to adapt. You lie to them, you manipulate them like the other dating coaches, they don't know how to adapt. They just get more weeds in their brain.
Will give you a confidence boost like no other. It's like flexing those mental muscles. Number 2, gaining confidence.
So that's the thing. You pay off that 2,000, you feel good. Maybe next time it's $700. Chop that off. Next time maybe you feel better. 2,500. Chop that off, right? 2,000, 2,500, right? 700. And then it starts to add up. And next time you might feel like maybe I could pay off like all the 200,000. Maybe I can pay off 3,000. Okay? Next time I feel like $60. It's all about emotional, and then you keep spiking upwards. And then near the end, right, when you're nearly breaking it all down, there's less weight to the glacier. Does that make sense? That's why when the other Latino guy, the Spanish guy, he paid off all his debt, he did the same thing. And then at the very end, you go all in, like a Tet offensive. It's like, okay, I can pay off like 8K now. I can afford it. Boom, you knock it the fuck out. But had you tried to pay off like a small amount or you try to pay off like a bigger amount, you'll never fucking do it. So there's a lot of depth to this video people don't understand. But now that I explain it for the May Day challenge, for the 5-day challenge, I'm telling you all the secrets that I taught my students. And one of the Indian students who's making $500,000 a year now, he got out of debt. He almost got homeless. He did this and it wiped it all out. It's not bullshit.
The second step to conquering your debt is focusing on one piece that gives you the most confidence. You know that needs to challenge yourself and motivate it if you're not about your debt. The second step is to conquer the debt is to focus on the next piece that gives you the most confidence. If the first one is paid off already, you got paid off the second.
You see, the problem with the videos, right, when you watch it, is that you see it from your own mental filter. When you ask me questions here, you see it from my mental filter. Does that make sense? It's different.
Most confidence. By handling those smaller and more manageable depths first, you create momentum of success. It's like unleashing your inner warrior and gaining mental strength. You need to take on a bigger beast ahead, but you're dividing and conquering. So this entire depth is smaller, just like the whole interest rate concept thing I talked about earlier. Section number 3, defining draining resources. Now listen closely, my ADHD day gamers. This is crucial. Avoid
So what is draining resources, right? I learned this stuff over here from the CIA. Not the CIA themselves, but one of the person from CIA to get rid of the debt. So that's how I'm bringing you the information. I learned from lots of other people. This is a CIA method, or at least for like this person who taught it. And he also taught about draining mental resources. We can only do like 2 or 3 things a day, right? For me, I can just write the script and show up on YouTube Live. Most of us can only do that, but how do you recharge?
On the biggest debt monster right off the bat. Trust me, it will drain you of your precious mental resources faster than a tornado. Instead, opt in to attack those smaller debts. So those little victories will refill your mental energy as a superhero, powering and each victory. Say you're AP.
But it's not just a debt, right? It's also for tasks. You don't always have to take on the biggest task first. You can take on the second biggest one, and that refilled your mental energy. And then once you do that, you can jump onto another one. That might drain your energy. And then you do the next thing and recharge it a little bit, like exercising. And then it's about like recharging the battery. I hope that makes sense. This is one of those secret methods I've learned. This is how I'm able to do an incredible amount of writing the script. And I do it right before I start it. I had no script for this one. I just winged it all. For day number 5. This is all winged. The only thing I've added was the FAQ. Everything else is improvised. But get elite bundle resurrections if you're getting some value. You can afford it by following all these steps.
Then if you have the third one, that gives you the most confidence. You have to take on the larger piece later on. Conclusion. Taking debt with severe ADHD is all about strategy and outsmarting. Starts your confidence and save for resources for when you need them the most. Now go forth and reclaim your financial freedom. Like pay off smaller pieces first. You wither down the overall debt, mentally freeing you of your resources, so you can reuse those resources to take on a bigger debt. Step number 2, with more confidence, you pay off more of it, building more mental reserves or resources. Then most of the guys in the 30 to 60K debt are too ADHD and overwhelmed to even listen to this advice. Step number 3, as you're getting more debt free, you pay off the last of it. Never do the first biggest piece. Instead, for my students who cleared it from 10K to 20K debt with ease, who went my way, yes, there are students with 60K and 30K in debt. They have not completely cleared it yet. They're still in debt. They're too far gone. But this is the best strategy. Most of your severe ADHD are in debt or money that is tied up in bitcoins, fucks, SVP, retirement saving plans, drop shipping or drop shitting, stock, options tradings, or the funny thing is some of your flat broke and you have all your money into it living paycheck to paycheck. You're too lazy to do any of the work, just like the wealth triangle ladder. Always get the high income skills first, not invest and tie up all your money. I want to share a simple yet effective way to budget for a better social life without compromising on your health or finances. What works best for me and my students to save money is drinking fuel in the United States. And so,
Okay, so basically, this is one of
better social life without compromising on your health or finances. What works best for me and my students to save.
so this is called Heal, right? This thing Heal, Huel. A lot of my students, I could show you a picture of them, right? JP bought Heal and another student, right? My roommate's bothering me. So I would recommend drinking Heal. The thing is so big, right? Every single time I drink Heal, or I don't have Heal over here in Canada, right? We have Soylent, and I brought a Soylent to show you guys, okay? Here's the secret, right? For Approach Titan, right? This is what I use, right? I was gonna bring upstairs, right? But I have to refrigerate everything for the milk. This thing's called Soylent. Soylent. See that? Hopefully you can see it. Pretty heavy, right? But Heal is fucking huge compared to this. Heal's like a big bucket. This thing's like, although it's quite heavy. So it's kind of like here's some powder, right? So you can see it. But the powder is kind of like a little bit brownish, right? I usually mix it with milk and water for a Soylent. So if I drink Soylent, right, in the morning, and I know I show this in the video, but people don't understand what it means. This heavy thing. Right now, here's the problem. All the strategies, because of Donald Trump, the tariff, they're all gone. This is not on Amazon anymore. This is gone. I can't even buy this. It's fucking heavy, but Soylent. So United States have Heal, Canada have Soylent. So Approach Titan. If you have a little bit of money, you don't have to eat breakfast or lunch, and you just eat from 3 to 6, a big meal. You save a lot of money this way. So if you do something like this, you can afford Elite Bundle Resurrections. Heal, Huel. Okay, Heal. But that's Soylent. I shouldn't bring it upstairs, but I just want to show you what it looks like. It is quite delicious. It tastes like a skim milk, chocolate milk, or something like that. Right? It's not delicious, but it's not bad either. You can mix it with milk. Okay. So that's one of the secrets, right? Really, just grab Heal. Heal was only a fucking $60. $60. And maybe I'll show you one of my students, okay? I'm not sure if he's okay, but I'll show JP, right? But I'll censor his face. Maybe the other student who also bought Heal. Yeah, the students, they have bought Heal. So okay, this guy's already trying the outfit on. I have another student who's bald. He looks like the 55-year-old student, but taller. He also got a bunch of Heal. I'll just take a picture of it. He's not the same person. Okay. And then I'm gonna censor the face. I'm sure he's okay with it. I won't say which location, but he also got the Elite Bundle Resurrections. He bought the whole thing. So he didn't use a financing plan. He just went right for it. Let me censor his face right now. Let's try to figure this out. Okay. All right, here's a picture of him. Got him over here, his head. I censored it. So you can see roughly compared to a human being, right? That's a white shirt over there. He was huge, man. He was bigger than Soylent. That's $60. That's 1.53 kg. right? That's probably closer to like fucking 3 pounds. This Soylent is not even 3 pounds, right? For $60 is a fucking steal. So if you drink this every single morning, you get like 40 grams of protein or some shit. It's 2 scoops, so you can drink 1 scoop with milk. You don't feel hungry because you give the body all the nutrients it needs. Whatever is missing, you supplement it, and then you can push the fast. And that way you don't spike your insulin, and then you don't get fat. You start building muscles faster. Intermittent fasting. So, anyways, back to the video on YouTube.
Save money is drinking fuel in the United States and Soylent in Canada. So we can't get fuel here. These are equivalent to 3 meals. Key is to avoid snacking in between because that spikes your insulin, leading to issues like being skinny fat or developing Cushing's syndrome. Drink fuel shakes a bit. 3 meals if you're fasting. 1 fuel and more.
So what I recommend is drinking enough Soylent or Heal. If it's 1 or 2 scoops, it depends on you, or 1.5 scoops. Whatever makes you not hungry until later on. Does that make sense? You have to be able to push the fast all the way to 3, but you don't feel any hunger. However, for Soylent, right, I take like the biggest shits, right? Like my shits are so big from Soylent because it has dietary fiber. It looks like a bear took a shit or something, seriously. And they say, oh, this is the biggest human shit that they've ever seen, right, before. And this is fossilized. This is a world record. I take bigger shits than that with with Soylent. But, outside of that, you feel much better. You can't do it forever. You start to get hungry. But that's one secret of saving money.
But also helps you focus making excuses. Most people spend around $18 on McDonald's now. Stressing on the price because it's taking more. It's a meat delivery service that costs you $100.
So this meat delivery service, right, $100, Meridian Meats or Meridian Farmers Market is no longer $100 now after Donald Trump's tariff. It's $125 now. What the fuck? It's not even affordable. It's like, even if you buy it, you can get it cheaper from Costco, even if it's not New Zealand beef or whatever the fuck. So this is already expired. My suggestion last month about going to a Meridian Farmers Market is expired. It's gone. Just go to a fucking butcher, right? And then it'll be cheaper. Find your own butcher locally with good reviews. So you see how things change so easily, but Soylent is still there.
Pieces of meat saving me money. You're likely spending over $1,000 on steaks. I spend only $100 on and $60 on soy. It's $150 a month. $60 anything but 5 minutes. It's your emergency care. So your safety net. It's the money you send to expenses. Value. Things scramble when it steals you a picture. We're saving these days in 2025. This is for self-education. This is where you invest in things like elite no reservations. Why? Because self-education is the one investment that always pays off. It gives you the skills and strategies to make more money and create opportunities. People are learning less these days due to distractions. Also, economics. Third bucket is for investments.
Yeah, they are learning less these days, right? And they don't have a fucking memory. You gotta go through your material many times. So this plantiform thing, right, is not on Amazon anymore. Do you remember that big giant UFO pod that I had before? This one? It grows plants. It actually had a problem. One of the foggers, right? It creates fogs. There's 3 of them, right? One of them was not working when I was cleaning it, and I had to refund it. But Amazon took the thing. I lost $800 plus $160 to return it to them. I lost like $1,000. That's a liability. I try to grow my vegetables, but they all turn like black color or brown for the roots. So I learned a lot. That's why I call it root rotting. But it was a great lesson for this 5-day challenge. But you see that? It's already expired. That advice last month is gone. Donald Trump tariff changes everything. You have to adapt. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. I never ate a single vegetable from it. It tastes bitter because it's all rotting away.
Even spend on non-essentials. They show us less. So these categories are all 80%. So you have this advice is proportion.
I learned it from this guy from Vancouver. Look at him. So this is me in 2015. This is what I look like. Hopefully you can see it. That's me in 2015. I pretty much look exactly the same as right now in 2025. That's like 10 years ago. Right? Let's see if I can get a bigger picture. See, I don't physically age. That's my advantage. I physically look the same. But who's the other guy? That's Dan Locke in Vancouver. He made $100 million here. Some people call him like a fake guru, whatever, but I met him in 2015. I learned some concepts from him, and the 5 bucket concept was actually from him. And that was a Facebook post from 2015.
Make $100 million. It's very strategy. It's very ridiculous. It's also one of the easiest places to start something fuelers. Keeps you helps you it's the lunch make them fuel this business. And the reality is double check. For example, I have so many bottles of soy. It's a beautiful flower hands. Well, why is it not strategies Canadians? And finding a local Meridian farmers market.
No, Meridian Farmers Market. Fuck that.
It's find something similar. My meter is $100. It's 14 pieces of vegetables.
Okay, sometimes I buy this tuna, this clover leaf. This one's still like okay. You get like 50 of them for like no, you get like 30 something or 32 of them for like $50. So you can mix it with rice or whatever, just to supplement your food in case you're hungry. So this is called clover leaf. Like spicy Thai chili is the best tasting one. Okay. So it's not bad. You can mix it with pasta. These days, pasta is fine because there's protein inside it. I make a lot of pasta with Swedish meatballs, but you can make pasta with just butter, garlic, and whatever. But spaghetti, right? Get a lot of spaghetti. That's still working.
First out and packed with cheese. The big cheese of it, and I especially like the tail flavor too. It's sequels to it was incredibly affordable. Yeah, it's been sold out on Amazon. People are figuring out my strategies or
Okay, so this is basmati rice.
Steven sold out on Amazon. People are figuring out my strategies or adapting to it. Speaking of rice.
Like, why would John buy basmati rice, right? John's not Indian. I only exclusively eat basmati rice. I do not eat jasmine Chinese rice. So my diet, if I do eat rice, you can get cheap, but this one is called Zika or Z A. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Basmati rice. Zika or Zaika. But yeah, it's like almost like 40 something. But Johnny Lee eats basmati rice. Will your tonality program also address resolving issues of ADHD driven stuttering as well? Well, it'll fix it incidentally. So, but it doesn't address that directly, but it fixes it. So,
Rice. No, except for me. It's only used for training with me in this way. It can stop backstabbing and athletes. Training the infant Western countries. I need Jasmine rice. It's very low. It's brand actually tastes like it's long grain rice. So be a shit. With you around 18, and you guys still it's great. It's Starbucks.
okay, fuck Starbucks, right? I have my own buns coffee maker, the one that Tim Hortons uses, but not exactly the same. I used to work at Tim Hortons when I was still a dating coach because one of my students said that my job is not a real job. I think that was like way back then. So, but here's what you can do: cold brew coffee. If you get one of these jars, you can fill it with coffee and cold water, and you can actually make cold coffee. And this stuff is really good. You don't need to add like sugar or anything. It's already quite sweet, and it's very tasty. It does not. Ah, stupid Canadian shit. Ah, we just found we want to be free. Alberta Premier. Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing. Anyways, I lost the rest of the video. I clicked it by accident and then went to another one. I cannot find it again. But whatever strategies that you learn here, please use it. Get the heel right away. I highly recommend everyone grab a heel for $60, HUEL, if you're American. Canadians buy a Soylent. Then you can afford Elite Bundle Resurrections. You don't have to pay for breakfast or lunch anymore. I'm gonna grab something to eat right now. I'm very hungry, and that's the end of today's class. I didn't pitch too much of the Elite Bundle Resurrections, but I really hope you guys do join. I do need an army. If you're able, you have some decent SMV. You're not poor. You're not rotting away, and you're not like a loser. Please join me. You deserve to be here. I will teach you with a new method to deal with your memory problems that guys are having. All right. I want to teach those kind of people. Anyways, I'm going to end it right now. So I'm not going to totally pitch. I just want you guys to join, look at the sales letter or something like that, find it in the description, and I'll see you as my new students. I expect 3 or 4 more new people. You might think, well, they're not going to join. People are poor. No, people want to get their dick wet. They're going to join. I have a positive expectation. I'll manifest those 3 or 4 people, even 2 to 3. I'll manifest them. I want them to join. They're going to show up because of what I'm saying here. They're going to be like, yes, that's me. It's time to join. 2025 is the year. I don't want to be root rotting. Join me. Anyways, that's all I got to say. I'm going to grab something to eat really quickly. So thank you for being here. This FAQ, everything has been wonderful. And yes, there's going to be no more videos on YouTube Live for another month or 2. So This will be the last one for a long time. Thank you for being here. Your time is very valuable. But yeah, I do look forward to training you guys. And like I said, I expect like 2 or 3 people. This is a few already joined, but let's just get around this many, right? Anyways, Day Game Moses out, or General John Elite out.